Welcome, dear friends, to a comprehensive journey through 140 facts about Death Note, the psychological thriller where high school student Light Yagami discovers supernatural notebook that kills anyone whose name is written in its pages, where Shinigami Ryuk dropped Death Note into human world out of boredom, creating catalyst for tragedy, where genius detective L pursues mass murderer known only as Kira, whose sense of justice involves executing criminals, creating moral quandary about whether ends justify means, where cat and mouse game between two geniuses unfolds through elaborate schemes and counter-schemes, where questions about justice and morality and power's corrupting influence pervade, creating philosophical depth, and where thriller conventions merge with supernatural elements, creating unique story that psychological intensity maintains despite fantastic premise, making Death Note into examination of what happens when ordinary person gains godlike power to decide who lives and dies. Before we begin, I'd love to know, where in the world are you watching from tonight? Are you somewhere cozy rewatching this psychological masterpiece, or perhaps discovering it for the first time? Drop your location in the comments below, and let's see how far the Death Note fandom reaches across the globe. And if you're enjoying this deep dive into Light and L's battle of wits, please hit that subscribe button and turn on notifications. It really helps the channel grow and lets me know you want more soothing anime content like this. Your support means everything and makes creating these comprehensive explorations possible. Tonight, we'll explore everything about Death Note across 3 parts, totaling 140 facts, told gently like bedtime stories about the world where death becomes tool, where justice becomes subjective, where power corrupts absolutely, and where Sugumi Oba and Takeshi Obata created masterpiece that redefined psychological thriller genre. So settle into comfort, close your eyes whenever sleep beckons, and let us begin this gentle journey through Death Note's dark and captivating world. Fact 1. Death Note's premise begins with Shinigami Ryuk dropping his Death Note into human world out of boredom with immortal existence in Shinigami realm, creating inciting incident that sets entire story into motion, demonstrating how casual action by bored death God produces catastrophic consequences. The deliberate drop demonstrates how Ryuk sought entertainment through introducing death power to humans, making Ryuk into catalyst whose curiosity about human behavior motivated experiment where giving mortality tool to mortals would produce interesting results, making Ryuk into observer whose intervention transformed world, making boredom into motivation that apocalyptic consequences produced, making Ryuk into character whose seemingly innocent desire for amusement created tragedy, making Death Note into story about how small actions have enormous ripples, making Ryuk's drop into butterfly effect that world changed, making boredom into dangerous emotion when possessed by beings with power to alter reality. Fact 2. Light Yagami discovers Death Note on October 21, 2003. When notebook falls into schoolyard of his high school, creating moment where ordinary student encounters supernatural, creating transformation that genius teenager into mass murderer converts. The discovery demonstrates how chance encounter with power reveals character, where Light's immediate willingness to test Death Note shows curiosity that morality doesn't restrain, making discovery into character test that Light fails through choosing to use rather than destroy or ignore, making notebook into revelation device that shows Light's true nature, making discovery into moment where potential for evil that dormant existed becomes active threat, making Light into character whose villainy notebook unlocked, rather than created, making Death Note into key. That open darkness already present, making discovery into beginning of end, making chance encounter into destiny. That Light's choices created, making October 31st into date that world changed, making discovery into turning point, where normal life ended and Kira began. Fact 3. The Death Note's fundamental rule states that human whose name is written in notebook will die, creating simple yet absolute power that wielder possesses over life and death, making Death Note into ultimate weapon. The writing requirement demonstrates how Death Note operates through specific conditions where knowing victim's name and face are necessary, making killing into targeted rather than random creating system where Death Note wielder must have information, making Death Note into tool that requires research, making killing into deliberate act rather than impulse, making rules into framework that thoughtful murder necessitates, making Death Note into weapon that planning rewards, making name requirement into limitation that prevents casual use, making Death Note into tool that responsibility demands, even as it corrupts absolutely, making rules into double-edged features, where power comes with conditions, making Death Note into careful weapon rather than indiscriminate destroyer. Fact 4. The 40-second rule specifies that victim will die of heart attack after 40 seconds if no cause of death is specified, creating default execution method that heart attacks become signature. The default method demonstrates how Death Note has preset parameters, where heart attack becomes calling card, making Kira's kills identifiable through consistent method, making 40 seconds into countdown that victim doesn't know has started, making heart attack into mercy, that instant death represents compared to what Death Note could inflict, making default into relatively painless option, making 40 seconds into grace period that Light rarely uses for reconsideration, making timer into inevitability once name is written, making heart attack into clean kill that suffering minimizes even as life is stolen, making default method into efficiency that mass murder enables, making heart attack into signature that eventually becomes liability when pattern is too obvious. Fact 5. Light's first victim is criminal shown on television news, allowing Light to test Death Note's power without personal connection, demonstrating calculated approach where experiment uses disposable subject. The first kill demonstrates Light's methodical nature, where testing precedes commitment, making criminal into guinea pig, whose death is data point rather than moral consideration, making first victim into proof of concept that confirmation provides, making test into moment where abstract becomes concrete when Death Note actually works, making criminal's death into validation that notebook is real, making first kill into threshold that once crossed makes subsequent kills easier, making initial victim into first step down path, making test into point of no return, where proving Death Note works commits Light to using it, making first kill into moment where Light becomes murderer, making indie experiment into transformation where student becomes killer through deliberate choice to test rather than destroy, notebook showing Light's character from beginning. Fact 6. Ryuk reveals himself to Light after several days of observation, creating dramatic moment where supernatural confirms itself, teaching Light that Death Note comes with Death God attached. The delayed revelation demonstrates Ryuk's playful nature, where watching Light's confusion was entertaining, making Ryuk into prankster, whose timing is calculated for maximum effect, making appearance into shock that light handles. With surprising composure, making Ryuk into confirmation that supernatural is real, making Shinigami into observer who will watch but rarely intervene, making Ryuk into character who established rules through explaining Death Note's properties, making Death God into teacher whose lessons come through explanation of mechanics, making Ryuk into exposition device whose knowledge about Death Note makes him invaluable source, making Shinigami into companion who journey witnesses, making Ryuk into character who sees everything but judges nothing, making Death God into a moral observer whose neutrality is steadfast. Fact 7. Ryuk's motivation for dropping Death Note was pure boredom with Shinigami realm, where immortal beings have nothing to do except occasionally write human names, making Ryuk into character seeking entertainment through chaos. The boredom motivation demonstrates how Ryuk is fundamentally amoral, where right and wrong don't matter, only interest matters, making entertainment into driving force, making Ryuk into character who would watch world burn if it was interesting, making boredom into dangerous condition when Death God experiences it, making Ryuk into catalyst without agenda, where consequences don't concern him, only spectacle matters, making Ryuk into perfect foil for light whose goals are specific, while Ryuk just wants show-making boredom into theme, where meaninglessness of existence drives action, making Ryuk into existential character whose immortality became burden, making entertainment into purpose that nothing else could be, making Ryuk into Death God, who paradoxically wants to feel alive through experiencing drama. Fact 8. Light's initial intention to use Death Note to create crime-free world demonstrates idealistic motivation that power corrupts, creating tragic arc where good intentions pave road to hell. The world-cleansing goal demonstrates how Light frames mass murder as justice-making criminal execution into righteous act that world improvement serves, making Light into character who believes ends justify means creating utilitarian ethics, where greatest good justifies individual harm, making crime-free world into utopia that dystopian methods pursue, making Light into visionary whose vision is nightmare, making idealism into dangerous trait when combined with power to enforce vision, making good intentions into corrupting force that absolute power amplifies, making Light into cautionary tale about how heroes become villains when power enables implementing ideology without restraint, making utopian dream into totalitarian reality. Fact 9. Light's codename Kira derives from Japanese pronunciation of English word killer, creating identity that public assigns to mysterious executioner, demonstrating how legend forms around actions. The naming demonstrates how Light's killings created phenomenon where public gave name to unknown justice figure, making Kira into brand that Light eventually embraces, making name into identity that Light cultivates, making Kira into persona distinct from Light Yagami, making double identity into split, where student and God operate separately, making Kira into mask that Light wears, making name into power, where being Kira means being judge, making identity into role that Light increasingly inhabits, making Kira into character that Light becomes, rather than pretends to be, making name into destiny that Light fulfills, making Kira into what Light always wanted to be, making public, naming into coronation, where world recognized God even while not knowing God's face. Fact 10. The Death Note rule that owner can see Shinigami creates exclusive club where Death Note users exist in different reality than normal humans seeing death gods that others cannot perceive. The Shinigami visibility demonstrates how Death Note ownership changes fundamental perception, where supernatural becomes visible, creating isolation where owner experiences reality differently, making Shinigami sight into mark that separates Death Note users from normal people, making visibility into burden where seeing death gods is constant reminder of Notebook's reality, making Shinigami into companions that only other users can see, creating bond between Death Note owners who share perception that others lack, making visibility into exclusive sense that makes owners into seers while making normal people into blind masses, making Shinigami sight into both privilege and curse, where seeing death gods makes forgetting Death Note's reality impossible. Fact 11. Light's high intelligence and academic excellence position him as perfect protagonist, where genius mind makes plans feasible, demonstrating how intellect enables evil when morality doesn't restrain it. The genius trait demonstrates how Death Note requires intelligent protagonist, where elaborate schemes demand mental capacity, making Light into character whose intelligence is weapon as much as Death Note making genius into prerequisite for being successful. Kira making intelligence into trait that story needs for complex plots, making Light into character whose mind is attraction, where watching genius work is entertainment, even when genius serves evil, making intelligence into a double-edged trait, where capability enables both good and evil, making Light into demonstration that smart doesn't mean moral, making genius into amoral tool that intentions direct, making Light into proof that intelligence without wisdom creates monster, making academic excellence into irony, where best student becomes worst criminal. Fact 12. Light's initial test killings of criminals demonstrate methodical approach, where systematic experiment confirms Death Note's rules before committing to larger plan, showing scientific mindset. The testing phase demonstrates Light's careful nature, where understanding mechanics precedes implementation, making Light into character who doesn't rush, making testing into due diligence that responsible Death Note use ironically, requires making experiments into prudent approach, that effectiveness ensures making Light into planner whose preparation minimizes risk, making test phase into foundation that confidence builds upon, making systematic approach into strength, where understanding rules prevents mistakes, making testing into characteristic behavior, where Light always prepares, making experimentation into sign of intelligence, where knowledge precedes action, making test killings into ironic professionalism, where Light applies scientific method to mass murder, making careful preparation into trait that makes Light dangerous, because recklessness doesn't create vulnerabilities. Fact 13. The rapid increase in global criminal deaths creates pattern that investigation targets, making Kira's existence known to law enforcement, creating conflict between Kira and authorities. The pattern recognition demonstrates how systematic killings attract attention, where statistical anomaly in death rates becomes obvious, making heart attacks into signature that reveals Kira exists, even while hiding identity, making pattern into mistake, where consistency creates trackable behavior, making deaths into breadcrumbs that investigation follows, making Kira's efficiency into liability, where killing too many creates profile that analysis detects, making pattern into hubris, where Light's thoroughness creates evidence, making systematic approach into double-edged sword, where effectiveness creates visibility, making pattern into inevitable consequence, where killing enough creates statistical certainty that something unusual is happening, making detection into mathematical certainty, where enough data reveals truth. Fact 14. L's introduction as greatest detective in world creates worthy opponent whose intelligence matches Light's, making conflict between equals that suspense generates through uncertainty about who will prevail. The L introduction demonstrates how Death Note needed opponent who could challenge Light where without peer, Light's victory would be foregone, making L into necessary foil, whose genius makes battle interesting, making L into character, whose methods are as unconventional as his appearance, making detective into savant, whose social awkwardness accompanies brilliant deduction, making L into character, who lives for challenge, making Kira into puzzle that engages L completely, making L into protagonist from certain angle where stopping mass murderer is heroic, even when methods are questionable, making L into mirror, reflecting Light, where both are genius, using intellect for their goals, making L introduction into moment, where stakes become real because opponent exists who might win. Fact 15. L's unconventional methods, including constant surveillance and testing theories through experiments, demonstrate that catching Kira requires extraordinary measures, creating moral ambiguity about investigation tactics. The unconventional approach demonstrates how L operates outside normal procedures, where results matter more than process, making L into character who rules, bends when necessary, making investigation into game where only winning matters, making L into pragmatist whose ethics are flexible, making surveillance into justified intrusion when target is mass murderer, making L's methods into mirror of Kira's, where both believe ends. Justify means making investigation into demonstration that fighting monster risks becoming monster, making L into character who compromises principles for victory, making detective into zealot whose obsession with catching Kira drives behavior that normal limits exceed, making L into character whose heroism is ambiguous because methods are invasive. Fact 16. The Lind L. Taylor broadcast trap, where L uses condemned criminal as decoy named Lind L. Taylor to test if Kira can kill anyone anywhere, demonstrates L's intelligence through creating situation that reveals information regardless of outcome. The broadcast trap demonstrates L's genius, where setup provides data, whether Kira acts or not, making trap into no-win scenario for Light, where any choice reveals information, making Taylor into bait, whose death confirms Kira can kill through television, making broadcast into experiment that narrows Kira's location when Light kills Taylor, proving Kira is watching and is in Japan, making trap into brilliant move, where L gains crucial intelligence through sacrificing criminal, creating ethical question about using condemned man as bait, making Taylor's death into acceptable loss from L's perspective, making broadcast into success and demonstration that L plays same game as Kira, where lives are chess pieces, making trap into moment, where L proves he's worthy opponent. Fact 17. Light's impulsive killing of Lind L. Taylor demonstrates how pride makes Light vulnerable, where being taunted provokes reaction that strategic thinking should prevent, showing character flaw. The impulsive kill demonstrates Light's weakness, where ego overrides caution, making provocation into button that L can push, making pride into vulnerability that makes Light predictable, making Taylor's death into mistake, where Light gave information unnecessarily, making impulse into characteristic that light struggles controlling, making pride into tragic flaw, where being challenged creates emotional response, making light into character whose rationality has limits, where personal affronts trigger reactions, making Taylor killing into error, where giving into anger provided L with evidence, making pride into recurring weakness, where light's belief in superiority creates blind spots, making Tay impulsiveness into liability that light must overcome, making Taylor incident into lesson, where light learns to control reactions, making pride into enemy that light must constantly fight. Fact 18. L's deduction that Kira is in Kanto region of Japan demonstrates detective's analytical ability, where eliminating impossible leaves improbable truth, making L into Sherlock Holmes figure whose reasoning narrows possibilities. The deduction demonstrates L's method, where logic chains create conclusions, making broadcast traps design into tool that reveals location, making Kanto into search area that manageability provides, making deduction into progress, where infinite suspects become finite, pool making L into character whose thinking viewers can follow, making detective work into transparent process that audience understands, making deduction into intellectual satisfaction, where logic produces truth, making L into teacher whose reasoning is lesson in thinking, making Kanto conclusion into stepping stone, where each deduction narrows field, making investigation into systematic elimination, where patience produces result, making L into character whose genius manifests through reasoning that shows work, making deduction into entertainment, where watching detective think is engaging. Fact 19. The task force formation brings together Japanese police officers willing to risk lives pursuing Kira, creating group of dedicated individuals whose commitment to justice opposes Light's twisted version. The task force demonstrates how ordinary people can be heroic, where accepting danger for principle shows character, making task force into conscience, where conventional morality opposes Kira's utilitarian ethics, making officers into everyman heroes whose dedication contrasts with genius protagonists, making task force into grounding force, where normal people's perspective provides moral center, making officers into reminder that justice doesn't require genius, only courage, making task force into collective protagonist, where group represents society's resistance to tyranny, making formation into moment where institution commits to fighting Kira, despite danger, making task force into vulnerable allies whose safety becomes concern, making officers into people whose families worry, making task force into human element where abstract justice becomes personal sacrifice. Fact 20. Light's father Soichiro Yagami leads task force creating dramatic irony, where father hunts son without knowing, creating tragedy, where family duty conflicts with love. The father-son dynamic demonstrates how Light's actions affect family, where Soichiro's commitment to catching Kira means pursuing own son, making family into battlefield, where Light must evade father, making Soichiro into tragic figure whose dedication to justice requires catching child, making father into noble character whose integrity is absolute, making Soichiro into conscience that Light rejects, making family relationship into casualty, where Light's choices destroy familial bond, making father into obstacle that Light must manipulate, making Soichiro into character whose love for son blinds him to truth, making father-son relationship into painful irony, where Soichiro defends Light while hunting Kira, not knowing they're same person, making family into theme, where Light's villainy hurts those closest, creating poignancy. Fact 21. FBI agent Ray Penber's assignment to tail Light creates first direct confrontation, where Light must eliminate investigator without revealing identity, demonstrating escalation, where killing criminals becomes killing investigators. The Penber case demonstrates how Light's murders expand, where threat requires eliminating innocent, making Light into character who kills anyone who endangers plan, making Penber into victim whose only crime was competence, making Light into murderer who doesn't discriminate. Once someone becomes obstacle, making Penber's death into threshold, where Light kills lawman, not criminal, making escalation into slippery slope, where initial idealism gives way to self-preservation, making Penber into demonstration that Light's justice is selective, where only Light's vision matters, making Penber into tragic figure whose dedication led to death, making Light into villain whose body count includes heroes, making Penber case into point where Light becomes irredeemable. Fact 22. Light's manipulation of Ray Penber using bus hijacking as cover demonstrates elaborate planning, where manufacturing situation allows getting FBI agent's name, naturally showing criminal genius. The bus scheme demonstrates Light's creativity, where complex plans create opportunities, making hijacking into theater, where Light orchestrates events, making Penber into audience, who witnesses Light's heroism, making manipulation into art, where Light's performance convinces Penber that Light isn't Kira while obtaining name, making bus hijacking into masterpiece of misdirection, where helping Penber creates trust, making elaborate plan into characteristic behavior, where Light's schemes have layers, making bus incident into demonstration that Light thinks steps ahead, making manipulation into signature, where Light engineers situations, making Penber into puppet who doesn't know strings exist, making scheme into exhibition of how dangerous Light is, because planning ability makes him able to manufacture outcomes. Fact 23. The death of 12 FBI agents investigating Kira creates international incident where killings escalate conflict, making L more determined while limiting investigation's resources, demonstrating Pyrrhic victory where Light succeeds, while creating stronger opposition. The agent massacre demonstrates how Light's actions have consequences, where eliminating threats creates new problems, making FBI deaths into disaster that galvanizes opposition, making mass killing into strategic error, where success creates backlash, making agents' deaths into tragedy that families suffer, making massacre into crime that personal becomes when faces have names, making Light into monster who murdered dozen people to protect secret, making FBI deaths into escalation, where international community recognizes Kira as threat, making massacre into turning point, where investigation becomes priority, making agent deaths into moment, where Light's ruthlessness is undeniable, making mass killing into evidence that Light has no limits, making FBI massacre into crime that shows how far Light will go. Fact 24. Naomi Misora, Ray Penber's fiancée and former FBI agent, begins independent investigation, creating threat that Light must eliminate, showing how civilian involvement creates complications. The Misora character demonstrates how intelligence is distributed, where former agents' deduction threatens Light, making Misora into worthy opponent, whose brief appearance showcases talent, making investigation into personal quest, where Penber's death motivates pursuit, making Mizora into tragedy, where competence leads to death, making Light into villain, who kills woman to protect secret, making Mizora's murder into especially heinous act, where Light exploits trust, making killing into cold-blooded execution, where Light shows no remorse, making Mizora into victim who almost succeeded, making brief investigation into near miss, where Light barely escapes, making Mizora into character whose death is wasteful because talent deserved better, making murder into example of how Light eliminates anyone regardless of sympathy. Fact 25. Light's ability to manipulate victims' actions before death using Death Note's detailed specification powers demonstrates how Death Notebook is more than simple killing tool, allowing complex murder schemes. The action control demonstrates Death Note's versatility, where specifying actions before death allows choreographing events, making victims into unwitting accomplices who perform tasks before dying, making Death Note into scriptwriting tool where Light directs scenes, making action control into power that complexity enables, making specifications into tool that perfect crimes create, making Death Note into weapon whose flexibility makes it terrifying because limits are minimal, making action control into demonstration that Death Note's power exceeds simple killing, making specifications into evidence that Tsugumi Oba created thorough rules, making action control into storytelling device that intricate plots enables, making specifications into reason. Light's plans work because Death Note accommodates complexity, making action control into power that makes Light into puppet master whose victims dance to his tune before dying. Fact 26. The rule that victims' cause of death must be physically possible prevents Death Note from being omnipotent, creating limitation that grounds supernatural power in physical reality, maintaining believability. The possibility limit demonstrates how Death Note has constraints where physics matters, making impossible deaths into failed attempts, making limitation into balance where Death Note doesn't become Deus Ex Machina, making physical parts possibility into rule that prevents cheap victories, making limitation into challenge where Light must plan within bounds, making possibility requirement into demonstration that power has limits, making constraint into storytelling choice that maintains stakes, making limitation into reason. Death Note feels fair because arbitrary miracles don't occur, making physical possibility into grounding element where supernatural respects natural law, making limitation into a miracle's law. Evidence that Oba considered balance, making possibility rule into constraint that creative thinking rewards, because working within limits requires intelligence, making limitation into feature that makes Death Note plans impressive. Fact 27. Light's enrollment at 2O University creates proximity to L, who attends under alias, creating dramatic situation where protagonist and antagonist become classmates, demonstrating how investigation narrows, creating physical proximity. The university setting demonstrates how L's deductions brought him close, where identifying Light as suspect means monitoring directly, making 2O into battlefield, where Light and L are physically near, making enrollment into danger for Light, where constant proximity to detective requires perfect acting, making university into stage, where Light performs innocence while plotting, making classmate dynamic into irony, where enemies pretend friendship, making proximity into pressure, where mistakes become likely, making university into setting, where psychological warfare occurs, making campus into neutral ground, where neither can act overtly, making enrollment into situation where both must play long game, making proximity into test, where both must maintain facades, making university into chessboard, where moves are social interactions, making setting into demonstration of how investigation evolved from distant to intimate. Fact 28. L's true identity as eccentric detective who eats sweets constantly, sits abnormally, and exhibits poor social skills creates memorable character whose quirks humanize genius, demonstrating that brilliance often accompanies eccentricity. The character design demonstrates how L subverts detective archetype, where instead of dignified professional, L is awkward young man whose genius manifests despite social deficits, making L into savant, whose intelligence comes with trade-offs, making eccentricity into humanizing trait that makes L relatable. Despite genius, making sweet eating into defining characteristic that visually identifies L, making unusual sitting position into quirk that makes L memorable, making social awkwardness into trait that makes L sympathetic, because genius comes with cost, making eccentricity into Oba's rejection of perfect detective, making L into realistic genius, whose abilities are extraordinary but whose humanity is evident, making quirks into evidence that L sacrificed normal development for investigation skills, making character design into statement that greatness requires specialization, that other areas suffer, making L into fully realized character whose flaws make strengths believable. Fact 29. The tennis match between Light and L serves as physical manifestation of their mental battle, where competitive sport becomes metaphor for larger conflict, demonstrating how everything between them is contest. The tennis scene demonstrates how Light and L's relationship is defined by competition, where even recreation becomes warfare, making tennis into continuation of investigation by other means, making sport into metaphor that visually represents psychological battle, making match into performance, where both try to outdo other, making tennis into microcosm of larger conflict, where victory matters, even in trivial contest, making scene into character moment, where competition is shown to be fundamental to relationship, making tennis into enjoyable interlude that maintains tension, making match into demonstration that Light and L cannot interact without competing, making sport into extension of personalities where both must win, making tennis into evidence that relationship is adversarial, even during apparent friendship-making scene, into metaphor that audience understands represents investigation, making tennis into clever storytelling that shows rather than tells about dynamic. Fact 30. The Death Note rule, requiring writing victim's full name, creates limitation that information gathering becomes necessary, demonstrating how research is prerequisite for using Death Note, making intelligence work essential. The full name requirement demonstrates how Death Note requires preparation where knowing name is barrier, making assassination into research project where information must be obtained, making full name into protection that anonymity provides, making requirement into limitation that prevents casual killing, making name knowledge into currency, where information equals power, making full name rule into demonstration, that Death Note isn't automatic, where work is required, making requirement into storytelling device that makes obtaining names into plot point, making full name rule into balance that prevents Death Note from being too easy, making requirement into reason. Kira must be intelligent because acquiring names requires planning, making full name rule into constraint that makes Light's success impressive, because working within limitation requires effort, making requirement into Oba's decision to prevent Death Note from being unstoppable, making full name rule into smart design choice. Fact 31. Light's sister Sayu serves as innocent family member whose presence creates vulnerability, for Light demonstrating that even mass murderer has attachments that exploitation targets. The sister character demonstrates how Light's family relationships create pressure where loved ones become liabilities, making Sayu into pawn whose safety Light must ensure, making family into weakness where caring creates exploitable vulnerability, making Sayu into pure character whose innocence contrasts with Light's corruption, making sister into reminder of normal life that Light abandoned, making Sayu into victim of Light's choices where family suffers consequences, making sister into character whose fate creates stakes, making Sayu into demonstration that Light's actions affect innocent people, making family relationship into tragic element where Light's villainy hurts those who say love him, making Sayu into symbol of what Light lost through pursuing godhood, making sister into grounding element where family connection reminds that Light was human before becoming Kira. Fact 32. Light's mother Sachiko represents domestic sphere that Light's secret life exists apart from creating contrast between normal family life and mass murder, demonstrating duality of Light's existence. The mother character demonstrates conventional family structure where mother's ignorance about son's crimes creates irony, making Sachiko into innocent, whose normalcy contrasts with Light's abnormality, making mother into pat representation of what Light pretends to be, making family dinners into performances where Light plays dutiful son while planning murders, making mother into audience who believes performance, making Sachiko into tragic figure whose love for son is betrayed by son's evil, making mother into victim who loses son to Kira, even while Light physically remains, making maternal relationship into loss, where Sachiko's son disappeared even though she doesn't know it, making mother into symbol of innocence that Light's corruption destroyed, making Sachiko into reminder that Light's choices have casualties beyond direct victims. Fact 33. The second Kira's appearance introduces Misa Amane, who possesses Death Note, creating complication where Light must deal with ally whose methods are reckless, demonstrating how accomplice becomes liability. The second Kira demonstrates how another Death Note user changes dynamics where Light isn't sole Kira, making Misa into variable that Light cannot control, making second Kira into crisis, where impulsive ally creates danger, making Misa into character whose love makes her willing servant, making second Kira into problem, where helper hinders through attracting attention, making Misa into demonstration that Light works best alone because control is absolute, making second Kira into plot development that raises stakes where investigation gains leads through Misa's mistakes, making second Kira into complication that Light must manage, making Misa into double-edged asset where usefulness comes with risk, making second Kira into reason, investigation accelerates, making Misa into character whose introduction changes everything. Fact 34. Misa's Shinigami eyes, obtained through trading half her lifespan, allow seeing people's names and remaining lifespans, creating powerful ability that significant sacrifice purchases, demonstrating bargain where power costs dearly. The Shinigami eyes demonstrate how Death Note World offers Faustian bargains where lifespan trades for ability, making eyes into ultimate information tool, where names become visible, making Misa into character who sacrificed longevity for power, making eyes into demonstration that shortcuts exist but require payment-making lifespan, trade into decision, that desperation, motivated, making eyes into ability that makes Misa valuable despite recklessness, making sacrifice into character trait that shows Misa's devotion, where giving half lifespan proves commitment, making eyes into power that makes Misa dangerous because knowing names makes killing effortless, making trade into theme about cost of power where nothing is free, making eyes into ability that moral question raises about whether any advantage justifies shortening life. Fact 35. Misa's obsession with light after he killed her parents' murderer creates devoted follower whose fanaticism makes her controllable, demonstrating how Kira's justice creates worshippers whose gratitude becomes servitude. The obsession demonstrates how light inspires cultish devotion, where Misa's love is really worship, making light into object of adoration, making Misa into follower whose agency is surrendered, making obsession into slavery, where Misa does anything. Light commands, making devotion into tragedy, where Misa's love is exploitation, target making relationship into abusive dynamic, where light uses Misa without reciprocating, making obsession into cautionary tale about how charisma creates victims, making Misa into character whose love blinds her to being used, making devotion into weakness that light exploits without guilt, making obsession into demonstration that light sees people as tools, making Misa into tragic figure whose love is unrequited because light is incapable of loving anyone except himself and his vision. Fact 36. Rem is Misa's Shinigami who cares for her, creating unusual situation where death god has emotional attachment, demonstrating that even Shinigami can develop feelings, showing complexity in supposedly simple supernatural beings. The caring Shinigami demonstrates how Rem defies expectations, where death god protects human, making Rem into anomaly whose attachment to Misa creates vulnerability, making Rem into character whose love for Misa makes her manipulable, making caring into weakness, where emotion creates predictable behavior, making Rem into tragic figure whose devotion light exploits, making Shinigami into demonstration that love is universal. Even death gods experience it, making Rem into character whose death is foreshadowed through caring, because emotion makes sacrifice, likely making Rem into sympathetic character, despite being death god, making attachment into humanizing trait that makes Rem more than monster, making caring into double-edged trait, where love makes Rem heroic and tragic simultaneously, making Shinigami into complex character whose emotional capacity surprises. Fact 37. The confinement arc where Light and Misa voluntarily surrendered Death Note memories through imprisonment demonstrates Light's strategic thinking, where sacrificing power temporarily creates alibi, eliminating suspicion, proving intelligence over strength. The confinement gambit demonstrates Light's willingness to sacrifice, where giving up Death Note and memories creates perfect innocent, making confinement into performance, where Light genuinely doesn't remember being Kira, making imprisonment into alibi, where sincere confusion convinces watchers, making memory loss into strategic choice, where temporary ignorance creates permanent benefit, making confinement into evidence that Light plans beyond immediate, making gambit into demonstration of how Light thinks long-term, where short-term loss produces long-term gain, making confinement into brilliant move, where light sacrifices everything to gain everything, making imprisonment into choice rather than sentence, where light controls situation, even when powerless, making confinement into masterpiece of planning, where light orchestrates own arrest to clear name. Fact 38. The memory loss mechanics, where relinquishing Death Note erases all memories related to it, creates identity reset, where light becomes innocent, unaware of crimes, demonstrating that Kira is separable from Light Yagami, showing duality. The memory loss demonstrates how Death Note possession changes person, where memories make Kira making loss into proof that light without Death Note isn't evil, making innocent light into demonstration of who light could have been, making memory loss into tragic revelation, where light freed from Death Note's influence is actually good person, making amnesia into evidence that Death Note corrupts, making innocent light into contrast that shows how much Death Note changed him, making memory loss into mechanism that allows audience to see uncorrupted light, making amnesia into proof that light was victim of Death Note's influence, even while being willing user, making memory loss into complicated moral picture, where light's culpability is questioned when personality changes, with memory making innocent light into person worth saving, making tragedy deeper when light chooses to reclaim Death Note, and two memories. Fact 39. L's near certainty that light is Kira, despite lack of evidence, creates frustration, where detective knows truth but cannot prove it, demonstrating limits of intuition without proof, showing justice system's requirements. The unprovable certainty demonstrates how L's genius extends to deduction, where evidence doesn't yet support conclusion, but reasoning says light is guilty, making certainty into burden, where knowing without proving creates helplessness, making L into character whose intuition is correct, but whose position requires evidence, making certainty into frustration, where truth is clear, but demonstration is impossible, making L into detective who must find proof, not evasion. Truth, because truth is known, making certainty into dramatic irony, where audience knows L is right, while characters within story don't, making unprovable certainty into source of tension, where investigation seeks confirmation, not discovery, making L's position into torture, where being right doesn't matter without proof, making certainty into motivation, where L must vindicate intuition through evidence, making detective work into frustrating process, where truth doesn't equal justice without proof. Fact 40. The Yotsuba arc introduces corporate killers using Death Note for business purposes, creating mundane evil where supernatural power serves capitalism, demonstrating that power's corruption isn't limited to ideology. The Yotsuba group demonstrates how Death Note would realistically be used where profit motive is simpler than justice-making. Corporate Kira into practical application, where killing competitors advances business, making Yotsuba into demonstration that evil is often banal, where supernatural power serves quarterly earnings, making corporate arc into criticism of capitalism, where murder becomes acceptable, business practice making Yotsuba into collective antagonist, where group shares guilt, making corporate Kira into degradation of light's vision, where noble goals gave way to base greed, making Yotsuba into what Death Note becomes without idealist wielder, making corporate arc into demonstration that power without ideology is even worse, because meaninglessness makes death truly pointless, making Yotsuba into villains, whose evil is Braj, recognizable because corporate malfeasance is real-world evil. Fact 41. Light's reclaiming of Death Note and memories creates transformation, where innocent Light becomes Kira, again demonstrating that despite memory loss, core personality remains, making Light choose evil, showing character immutability, proving that Light is fundamentally corrupt. The memory return demonstrates Light's true nature, where given choice between remaining innocent and reclaiming power, Light chooses power, making decision into damnation, where Light willingly becomes monster again, making memory restoration into proof that Light is irredeemable, because choosing Kira over innocence shows priorities, making transformation back into Kira, into moment where sympathy evaporates, because Light deliberately chose evil, making decision into character revelation, where temporary innocence was aberration, not revelation, making memory return into demonstration that Light fundamentally is Kira, that Death Note merely enabled, making reclamation into tragedy, where Light had chance to Kira, be good, and rejected it, making decision into moment where Light's damnation is complete and self-chosen, making transformation into point of no return, morally, where Light cannot claim corruption because choice proves intention. Fact 42. L's. Death at Rem's hands creates devastating loss, where protagonist dies unexpectedly, demonstrating that heroes can lose, making L's death into shocking moment that stakes validates, showing consequences are real and permanent. The death demonstrates how Death Note subverts expectations, where main detective dies, halfway through making L's death into tragedy. That investigation fails, making Rem into unlikely killer whose love for Misa motivated sacrifice, making L's death into result of Light's manipulation, where using Rem as weapon proves cleverness, making death into victory for Light that tastes hollow because worthy opponent is gone, making L into martyr whose death galvanizes others, making death scene into powerful moment where L knows he's dying and accepts it, making death into meaningful sacrifice where protecting others mattered more than survival, making L into character whose death has impact because loss is felt, making death into turning point where series changes, making L into character whose absence is vacuum that cannot be filled, making death into demonstration that no one is safe. Fact 43. Nier and Mellow's introduction as L's successors creates new generation, where two protégés inherit investigation, demonstrating that L's legacy continues even after death, showing that ideas persist beyond individuals. The successors demonstrate how L's influence outlives him, where students carry torch, making Nier and Mellow into continuation, where each represents aspects of L, making successors into necessary replacement because story requires, opposition to Light, making Nier and Mellow into divided L, where cooperation would create perfect detective, but rivalry creates flawed investigators, making successors into demonstration that replacing genius is impossible, making Nier and Mellow into characters who together equal L but individually fall short, making successors into evidence that L was unique, making Nier and Mellow into next generation, whose methods differ, showing evolution, making successors into fresh dynamic that prevents story from becoming stale, making Nier and Mellow into characters whose introduction reboots conflict. Fact 44. The time skip after L's death advances story years into future, creating new status quo where Kira's justice is established, demonstrating that light succeeded in creating new world, showing consequences of victory. The time skip demonstrates how light's vision materialized, where years of Kira's rule created crime-free world, making time skip into victory lap, where light achieved goal, making future into demonstration of what Kira's justice looks like, making established order into new normal, where Kira worship is widespread, making time skip into proof that light won, making future into demonstration that Kira's methods worked in reducing crime, making success into one. Question about whether ends justified means making established order into status quo, that near and mellow must disrupt, making time skip into narrative device that shows light's success before showing downfall, making future into irony, where achievement of goal doesn't bring satisfaction, making established Kira world into demonstration that victory doesn't equal happiness. Fact 45. Light's position in police as Soichiro's successor creates ultimate irony, where Kira leads investigation into Kira, demonstrating how completely light infiltrated system, showing that evil succeeds through disguise. The police position demonstrates light's audacity, where controlling investigation from within prevents discovery, making position into shield that suspicion deflects, making police role into perfect cover, where investigating self controls narrative, making position into demonstration of how light operates, where being inside allows controlling outside, making police role into tragic irony, where Soichiro's legacy is corrupted by son, making position into insult, where light disrespects father's memory through perverting justice, father served, making police role into advantage, where access to information helps light stay ahead, making position into evidence of how completely light won, where enemy organization is controlled by enemy, making infiltration into demonstration that light's victory was total, making police position into symbol of corruption, where justice institution serves injustice. Fact 46. Takada Kiyomi, serving as Kira's spokesperson, creates public face for Kira's justice, demonstrating how movements require communication, creating cult of personality around Kira, showing how ideology spreads. The spokesperson demonstrates how light built apparatus, where Takada broadcasts message-making spokesperson into tool that propaganda disseminates, making Takada into willing participant whose belief in Kira makes her effective, making the spokesperson into demonstration that light created movement, not just killing spree, making Takada into evidence that Kira has public support, making spokesperson into mechanism that ideology spreads through, making Takada into tragic figure whose devotion to light leads to being used, making spokesperson into demonstration of how cults operate, where charismatic leader uses believers, making Takada into example of how light manipulates through charm, making spokesperson into tragic role where usefulness determines value, making Takada into disposable asset whose death light accepts as necessary, making spokesperson into evidence that light is sociopath. Fact 47. Nier's deductive abilities, matching L's, create worthy successor whose analytical approach continues investigation, demonstrating that genius is reproducible, showing that L's methods are learnable through dedication, proving intelligence can be trained. The matching genius demonstrates how Nier is legitimate successor, where capability justifies position, making Nier into character who earned role through merit, making analytical ability into demonstration that L's thinking was methodology, not just instinct making. Nier into evidence that detective work is science making, deduction into teachable skill, making Near into character whose success validates L's legacy, making genius into product of training, making near into demonstration that exceptional isn't unique, making analytical mind into developed trait, making near into proof that L could have been surpassed, making genius into spectrum, where near approaches L's level showing exceptional has gradations, making near into character whose abilities make him credible threat to light, making successor into genuine continuation rather than pale imitation, making near into worthy opponent whose presence maintains tension, making genius into trait that makes conflict interesting because intellectual equals create best drama. And so concludes the first part of our Death Note journey. Having explored the notebook's discovery and fundamental rules, Light Yagami's transformation from student to mass murderer, Ryuk's board intervention dropping Death Note into human world, L's introduction and brilliant deductive methods, the cat and mouse game's opening moves through Lind L, Taylor Trap and FBI agent deaths, Misa Amane as second Kira with Shinigami eyes, the confinement gambit and memory loss, Yotsuba arc, Light's reclamation of Death Note, L's tragic death, Near and Mellow as successors, and Time Skip showing Kira's established reign. Rest now, if sleep calls, or continue to Part 2, where we'll discover more about the final confrontation, philosophy, and Death Note's lasting impact. Sleep gently, dear friends. Welcome back, dear friends, to our continuing exploration of Death Note's intricate world of moral ambiguity and intellectual warfare. In this second part, we'll discover how Near and Mellow employ contrasting methods in pursuing Kira, explore Mikami Teru's fanatical devotion as Kira's devoted hand, examine the philosophical debates about justice that permeate the series, investigate the supporting characters whose fates intertwine with Light's schemes, delve into the differences between manga and anime adaptations, uncover the psychological manipulation tactics that define relationships, and reveal how Death Note's themes about power, corruption, and the cost of idealism resonate beyond entertainment into genuine moral inquiry. So, settle back comfortably, close your eyes when sleep beckons, and let us continue this gentle journey through the final movements of Light and his opponent's deadly game. Fact 48. Mellow's aggressive tactics contrasting with Near's methodical approach creates dynamic, where L's successors represent different aspects of detective work, demonstrating that investigation has multiple valid methodologies, showing that style doesn't determine effectiveness, only results matter. The contrasting methods demonstrate how Mellow embodies emotion and risk, while Near embodies logic and caution, making successors into complementary halves where combining approaches would create perfect detective but rivalry prevents collaboration, making contrast into tragic waste, where competition undermines effectiveness, making Mellow into character whose desperation drives dangerous choices, making aggression into liability that creates vulnerabilities, making Near into character whose patience sometimes means missing opportunities, making caution into double-edged trait, where safety prevents bold moves, making contrast into demonstration that investigation requires balance between aggression and caution, making successors into incomplete detectives whose strengths and weaknesses mirror, making rivalry into obstacle that personal issues create, preventing optimal strategy, making contrast into character study about how personality affects methodology. Fact 49. Mellow's kidnapping of Sayu Yagami to obtain Death Note demonstrates how far he'll go to win, creating crisis, where innocent becomes pawn, showing that pursuing Kira doesn't guarantee moral superiority, proving heroes can commit terrible acts, The kidnapping demonstrates Mello's ruthlessness, where using innocent girl as leverage shows moral flexibility, making Mello into character whose ends justify means philosophy. Mirrors Light's making kidnapping into crime that complicates sympathy, where stopping Kira requires becoming like Kira, making Sayu into victim of investigation, not just of Kira, making kidnapping into demonstration that opposing evil doesn't equal being good, making Mello into morally gray character whose methods are questionable even when goals are. Righteous making kidnapping into ethical dilemma, where audience must question if catching Light justifies traumatizing Sayu, making Mello into character whose heroism is ambiguous because tactics are villainous, making kidnapping into moment where distinction between hero and villain blurs, showing complexity. Fact 50. Soichiro Yagami's death during rescue attempt to save Sayu creates tragedy, where father dies never knowing son is Kira. He hunted, demonstrating cruel irony, where ignorance is blessing because truth would be devastating. The death demonstrates how Light's actions destroyed family, where father's death is indirect murder, making Soichiro into victim whose dedication to justice killed him, making death into tragedy, where good man paid ultimate price, making Soichiro into character whose integrity was absolute, dying to protect daughter from consequences of son's evil, making death into moment where Light's humanity is tested, showing that father's death affects him, creating closity, complicated grief, where Light mourns while knowing he caused circumstances, making Soichiro into pure character whose death is unambiguously tragic, making death into loss that everyone feels, making father into martyr whose sacrifice was death, protecting family from son's actions' consequences, making death into demonstration that Light's villainy has casualties among loved ones, making Soichiro's death into emotional climax. Fact 51. Light's genuine grief at father's death demonstrates that despite being monster, Light retains capacity for love, showing that evil doesn't eliminate all positive emotions, proving that villains can love, creating complexity where murderer mourns validly. The genuine grief demonstrates Light's humanity, where emotional response proves he isn't complete. Sociopath making grief into evidence that Light feels, even while being Kira, making father's death into moment where Light's buried humanity surfaces briefly, making grief into complication, where audience sees that Light cared, making mourning into proof that Light is tragic figure who destroyed himself, not just others, making grief into character, a moment where Light's tears are real, even while his choices are reprehensible, making emotion into evidence that Light could have been different, making grief into demonstration that capacity for love coexists with capacity for evil, making Light into complex character whose villainy doesn't preclude genuine feelings, making grief into reminder that Light is human, making father's death into rare moment where Light's mask slips, showing person underneath. Kira persona. Fact 52. Mikami Teru's introduction as Kira's devoted hand creates fanatical follower whose absolute belief in Light's justice demonstrates how charisma creates zealots, showing how ideology attracts true believers whose devotion exceeds reason, becoming dangerous. The fanatic demonstrates how Light inspires worship, where Mikami's dedication is religious, making Mikami into disciple whose faith is absolute, making devotion into slavery, where thinking is surrendered to cause, making Mikami into another into Rives, character whose fanaticism makes him perfect tool, whose predictability Light exploits, making devotion into weapon, where Mikami's reliability means light can delegate, making fanatic into demonstration of how movements create believers, whose commitment is total, making Mikami into tragic figure, whose life has only Kira giving meaning, making devotion into pathology, where identity is subsumed into cause, making Mikami into cautionary tale about how ideologies consume individuals, making fanaticism into character study about true believers whose dedication blinds them, making Mikami into perfectly devoted servant whose usefulness comes from inability to question, making fanatic into ultimate follower whose power, lack of independent thought makes him controllable. Fact 53. Mikami's delete catchphrase when killing with Death Note creates ritualistic element where murder becomes ceremony, demonstrating how killing can be sacralized, showing that evil can be dressed as holy, making murder into inyanteria, prayer that ideology sanctifies. The catchphrase demonstrates how Mikami treats killing as divine act, where saying delete transforms murder into cleansing, making ritual into evidence that Mikami believes he's doing God's work, making catchphrase into kandi, prayer that each death is offering, making ritual into demonstration of how religion and violence merge when ideology becomes faith, making delete into mantra that distances Mikami from murder's reality, making catchphrase into psychological mechanism where ritual replaces reflection, making delete into word that dehumanizes victims, making them into data to be erased rather than people being killed, making catchphrase into chilling element where casual phrase accompanies murder, making ritual into evidence that Mikami is beyond redemption, because killing is spiritual practice, making delete into memorable catchphrase that characterizes Mikami's zealotry. Fact 54. The fake Death Note pages that Nier uses to trap Light demonstrates detective strategic thinking, where anticipating opponents' moves allows setting trap, showing that predicting behavior creates opportunities, exploiting patterns that habits create. The fake pages demonstrate Nier's genius, where understanding Light's methodology enables countermeasures, making trap into culmination of observation, where knowing opponent creates advantage, making fake pages into brilliant move, where anticipating Light's reliance on Mikami creates vulnerability, making trap into proof that Nier understood investigation, making fake pages into tool that patience produced, where watching long enough revealed patterns, making trap into demonstration that Nier learned from L's death, where taking risks directly failed, so indirect approach succeeded, making fake pages into evidence that Nier is worthy successor, whose methods differ, but whose results match, making trap into validation of Nier's approach, where caution and observation defeat aggression and improvisation, making fake pages into decisive move, where preparation defeated genius, making trap into proof that methodical detective can beat brilliant criminal. Fact 55. Light's final confrontation at the warehouse creates climactic scene, where all threads converge, demonstrating how meticulous planning still has vulnerabilities, showing that perfection is illusion because human error is inevitable, proving that even genius makes mistakes. Eventually, the warehouse confrontation demonstrates how investigation culminates, where months of work produce moment of truth, making warehouse into stage, where final act plays out, making confrontation into revelation, where Light's identity is proved, making warehouse into trap, where Light cannot escape, making confrontation into vindication, where victims are avenged, making scene into demonstration that justice can prevail even when delayed, making warehouse into location where light's downfall occurs, making confrontation into catharsis, where tension releases through resolution, making warehouse into place, where story concludes, making confrontation into ending, where questions are answered, making scene into final battle, where intellectual rather than physical combat determines victor, making warehouse into memorial for those light killed, making confrontation into justice delayed but not denied. Fact 56. Light's psychological breakdown, when exposed, shows fragility of his constructed identity, demonstrating that confidence was performance masking insecurity, revealing that Kira persona protected vulnerable ego, showing that bravado concealed fear, creating tragic revelation about who Light really was beneath godhood delusion. The breakdown demonstrates Light's fundamental weakness, where being revealed destroys carefully constructed self-image, making exposure into existential crisis, where Kira identity is stripped away, leaving nothing, making breakdown into evidence that Light was always fragile, where power created illusion of strength, that removal revealed as false, making exposure into moment where Light's true cowardice shows through, making breakdown into pathetic display, where God becomes sniveling wretch, begging for life, making exposure into proof that Light was never superior, just lucky and clever, making breakdown into revelation that confidence was compensation for deep insecurity, making Light into tragic figure whose attempt to become God revealed how human he truly was, making breakdown into demonstration that grandiosity masked emptiness, making exposure into moment where Light's delusions are shattered, revealing scared child, underneath, making breakdown into final truth about Light's character. Fact 57. Ryuk's writing Light's name in his Death Note fulfills prophecy that Shinigami who drops Death Note into human world writes owner's name, eventually demonstrating that Ryuk's entertainment always had predetermined ending, showing that Light was doomed from beginning, proving that using Death Note guarantees death, making Light's fate inevitable. The name writing demonstrates Ryuk's nature, where loyalty doesn't exist, because entertainment was only motivation, making Ryuk into character who always knew how story would end, making name writing into inevitable conclusion where Light's death was guaranteed, making Ryuk into executioner whose role was always ending, Light making name writing into proof that using Death Note is suicide, where death is delayed, not prevented, making Ryuk into expanded reminder that death gods don't have friends, only temporary interests, making name writing into demonstration that Light was tool for Ryuk's amusement, making inevitable end into tragic irony, where Light thought he controlled situation while being puppet whose strings Ryuk held, making name writing into closing of circle, where story that began with Ryuk's drop ends with Ryuk's writing, making Light's death into fulfillment of contract that accepting Death Note signed. Fact 58. Light's death, sprawled on stairs, creates visually powerful image where fallen God lies in pool of blood, demonstrating that mortality claims everyone, showing that power doesn't grant immunity, proving that justice can triumph even pyre when delayed, validating that consequences eventually arrive, making death into appropriate ending where hubris meets nemesis. The death scene demonstrates how Light's arc concludes where striving for godhood ends in very human death, making stairs into descent, where Light falls from heights he claimed, making blood into reminder of mortality that Light denied, making death scene into visual metaphor, where reaching for heaven leads to falling, creating iconic image, where Light's corpse is reminder that power corrupts and absolute power corrupts absolutely, making death into artistic statement, where composition reinforces theme, making stairs into symbol of light's fall from grace, making blood into evidence that light was always human despite pretensions, making death scene into closure, where narrative demands consequences, making light's death into justice where victims are avenged, making scene into tragic ending where potential was wasted, making death into appropriate conclusion where trying to become God results in dying like criminal, making death scene into powerful finale that themes reinforces through imagery. Fact 59. The manga ending's ambiguity about whether light experiences afterlife or simply ceases to exist creates theological question where light's fate remains uncertain, demonstrating that series avoids definitive answers about metaphysics, maintaining ambiguity that interpretation allows, showing respect for audience's intelligence. The ambiguous ending demonstrates Oba's choice to leave questions unanswered where light's ultimate fate is mystery, making ending into Rorschach test, where readers' beliefs influence interpretation, making ambiguity into strength, where definitive answer would be less satisfying, making uncertainty into appropriate conclusion, where series about moral ambiguity doesn't resolve into clear moral universe, making ending into open question, where nothingness or damnation are both possible, making ambiguity into evidence that Death Note respects complexity, making uncertain fate into final statement that series won't provide easy answers, making ending into invitation for reflection, where readers must decide what light's death means, making ambiguity into artistic choice that discussion generates, making uncertain ending into demonstration that Death Note values questions over answers, making light's fate into mystery that appropriately concludes series built on moral complexity. Fact 60. The anime ending adds epilogue showing world 1 year after Light's death, demonstrating consequences where Kira's influence fades, showing that movements require leaders, proving that individuals' death can end ideology when personality drives cause, making epilogue into demonstration that Light's vision didn't outlive him, creating evidence that Kira was cult of personality. The epilogue demonstrates how anime expanded conclusion, where showing aftermath provides closure, making epilogue into coda that shows world return to normal, making ending into optimistic note, where Light's influence was temporary, making epilogue into contrast with manga, where anime provides reassurance that justice system restored, making addition into controversial choice, where some prefer manga's abrupt ending, while others appreciate seeing consequences, making epilogue into evidence that, without light Kira dies, making epilogue into statement that good ultimately prevailed, making addition into tonal shift, where anime offers hope while manga offers ambiguity, making epilogue into demonstration that adaptations can reinterpret, making ending into debate about which conclusion is superior, making epilogue into addition that changes meaning where Light's impact is minimized. Fact 61. Nier's victory, feeling hollow despite catching Kira, demonstrates that winning doesn't equal satisfaction, showing that justice achieved through great cost may not feel triumphant, proving that victories can be pyrrhic when losses mount, creating bittersweet conclusion, where stopping Light doesn't restore what was lost. The hollow victory demonstrates how stopping Kira came at terrible price, where L's death and countless victims make success feel empty, making victory into tragedy, where winning means little when considering cost-making. Nier into character who achieved goal without satisfaction, making hollow victory into thematic statement about how justice doesn't heal wounds, making victory into demonstration that revenge or justice doesn't restore what was lost, making bittersweet ending into realistic conclusion, where defeating villain doesn't mean happy ending, making victory into complicated achievement, where success and failure blend, making near into character who won battle but feels defeated, making hollow victory into meditation on whether fighting evil justifies, becoming ruthless, making victory into question about whether ends justified, means making Nier's success into mirror of light's philosophy, where both sacrificed principles for goals. Fact 62. Mello's death protecting Nier's plan demonstrates character growth where rival sacrifices for greater good, showing that competition gave way to cooperation, proving that redemption is possible, creating tragic arc where Mello becomes heroic through final act, making death meaningful. The sacrifice demonstrates Mello's evolution, where ego gave way to mission, making death into redemption, where past selfishness is forgiven through final selflessness, making Mello into tragic hero whose death enables Nier's victory, making sacrifice into demonstration that Mello understood his role, making death into meaningful end where Mello's life purchases Light's defeat, making sacrifice into proof that Mello was hero, despite methods, making death into moment where Mello and Nier's rivalry ends through one helping, other making sacrifice into beautiful tragedy where Mello's last act was enabling successor. He competed with making death into evidence that Mello grew beyond rivalry, making sacrifice into thematic statement about how cooperation defeats evil that division cannot overcome, making Mello's death into necessary price that victory required, making sacrifice into heroic act that redeems character. Fact 63. The Shinigami realm's depiction as bleak wasteland, where death gods languish in boredom, demonstrates that immortality without purpose is curse, showing that eternal existence is suffering, creating existential horror, where death gods envy mortals, whose finite lives have urgency that immortality lacks, proving that mortality gives life meaning. The realm demonstrates how Death Note explores existential themes where immortal beings are miserable, making Shinigami realm into hell that eternal life creates, making boredom into torture that time endless inflicts, making realm into demonstration that immortality is curse, not blessing, making death gods into tragic figures whose existence is meaningless, making realm into visual representation of existential void, making bleak landscape into metaphor for how immortality drains significance, making Shinigami realm into place where nothing matters because nothing ends, making realm into philosophical statement about mortality's value, making immortal beings into envious observers who watch mortals live fully in brief time, making realm into evidence that Death Note deeply considers existence's meaning, making Shinigami realm into setting that reinforces theme that finite life is precious because it ends. Fact 64. The concept that humans who use Death Note can neither go to heaven nor hell but experience nothingness demonstrates series' rejection of traditional morality, where using Death Note results in oblivion, showing that justice is uncertain, making afterlife into void, creating nihilistic suggestion that actions have no cosmic consequences, only earthly ones, proving that moral universe doesn't exist, making users face annihilation. The nothingness concept demonstrates Death Note's dark philosophy, where moral actions aren't cosmically rewarded, making afterlife into non-existence, where Death Note users face same fate as non-users, making concept into demonstration that universe is indifferent, making nothingness into evidence that traditional morality is human construct, making concept into nihilistic statement where good and evil are meaningless in cosmic sense, making afterlife into void that everyone faces, making Death Note use into choice without eternal consequences, making nothingness into philosophical position where series suggests morality is construct, making concept into subversive statement where religious force comfort of afterlife is denied, making nothingness into final truth where light and victims share fate, making concept into demonstration that Death Note rejects easy moral universe, making nothingness into appropriate conclusion for series that questions justice, making concept into dark truth that existence ends without judgment. Fact 65. Matsuda's character development, from comic relief to person who shoots light, demonstrates that even ordinary people can be heroes when pushed, showing that courage manifests when necessary, proving that seeming incompetence can give way to decisive action, creating arc where underestimated character becomes crucial, making Matsuda into unexpected hero. The development demonstrates how Matsuda exceeded expectations, where shooting light was heroic act, making Matsuda into character who grew through experience, making comic relief into genuine character whose journey mattered, making shooting into climactic moment where Matsuda became important, making development into proof that everyone has breaking point, where passivity becomes action, making Matsuda into character who embodies how normal people would react, making development into realistic portrayal, where fear gives way to courage when necessary, making Matsuda into audience surrogate, whose growth mirrors how viewers might respond, making shooting into cathartic moment, where finally someone acted, making Matsuda into proof that heroes aren't born, but made through circumstances, making development into satisfying arc, where minor character became memorable, making Matsuda into demonstration that everyone matters, even comic relief can be crucial. Fact 66. Into expect, into this/to that. Aizawa's consistent suspicion of light demonstrates how some people's instincts recognize evil, even without proof, showing that intuition has value, proving that gut feelings matter, creating character whose skepticism was validated, making Aizawa into voice of reasonable doubt that investigation needed, providing balance. The suspicion demonstrates how Aizawa never fully trusted light, where instinct detected something wrong, making Aizawa into character whose caution was wisdom, making suspicion into tool that investigation required, making Aizawa into counterbalance to those who defended, light making character into demonstration that skepticism is healthy, making Aizawa into detective whose persistence kept pressure on light, making suspicion into thread running through series where Aizawa never stopped questioning, making character into model of good detective work, where assuming nothing allows discovering truth, making Aizawa into character whose contribution was maintaining doubt, making suspicion into validation of called trusting instincts, making Aizawa into proof that obvious answer is sometimes correct, making character into unsung hero whose refusal to dismiss suspicions kept investigation honest, making Aizawa into demonstration that persistence matters even without breakthroughs. Fact 67. Mogi's quiet competence demonstrates that not all heroes are flashy, showing that steady reliability is valuable, proving that doing job well matters even without glory, creating character whose contribution was fundamental, despite lack of spotlight, making Mogi into embodiment of professionalism, where dedication shows through work. The quiet competence demonstrates how Mogi represents ideal worker, where ego doesn't interfere, making Mogi into character who serves cause rather than seeking credit, making competence into trait that makes Mogi valuable, making character into demonstration that teams need solid contributors, making Mogi into foundation that allows others to shine, making quiet work into essential contribution where boring necessary tasks are performed, making Mogi into character whose heroism is unglamorous, making competence into underappreciated virtue where reliability matters more than brilliance, making Mogi into proof that success requires people who execute plans, making character into representation of how organizations function through combination of genius and reliability, making Mogi into reminder that spotlight focuses on leaders while workers make success possible, making quiet competence into necessary ingredient, making Mogi into character whose absence would be felt despite having few memorable moments. Fact 68. The task force's dissolution and reformation demonstrates how commitment wavers when danger becomes real, showing that dedication has limits, proving that asking people to risk lives requires accepting some will decline, creating realistic portrayal where heroes aren't superhuman but are people with families who fear death, making choice to continue admirable. The dissolution demonstrates how investigation created pressure where some chose safety, making task force members' departures into understandable decisions, making those who remained into exceptional individuals whose courage was remarkable, making dissolution into realistic moment where not everyone is hero-making, reformation into demonstration that some people will risk everything for principle, making choice into character tests that separated brave from prudent, making dissolution into reminder that heroism requires sacrifice that not everyone can, making task force into smaller, dedicated group whose commitment was absolute, making dissolution into natural consequence, where danger reduced participants, making those who remained into elite, whose dedication was proven through, continuing, making dissolution into demonstration that asking for heroism gets varied responses, making task force into evolving group whose membership reflected commitment levels. Fact 69. Ida's return to task force demonstrates that leaving doesn't equal cowardice, showing that reconsidering doesn't mean lacking courage, proving that people can change minds, creating arc where initial departure was prudent but conscience demanded return, making Ida into character whose journey was internal, making return into redemption where Ida couldn't live with abandoning duty. The return demonstrates how Ida represents people who struggle between safety and principle, making leaving into understandable choice while returning into heroic, one making Ida into character who chose safety, then chose danger making, return into evidence that Ida's conscience won, making character into demonstration that courage isn't absence of fear but acting despite it, making return into meaningful choice where Ide consciously accepted danger, making character into proof that heroes are flawed, people who choose correctly when it matters, making Ide into realistic portrayal where moral struggle is visible, making return into victory where principle defeated self-preservation, making Ide into character whose arc was about finding courage, making return into statement that it's never too late to do right thing, making Ide into proof that ordinary people can be heroes when they overcome fear. Fact 70. Weddy and Aber's roles as professional criminals helping investigation demonstrates that catching Kira requires unconventional allies, showing that sometimes heroes need villain skills, proving that morality is complicated, creating situation where thieves serve justice, making professionals into necessary evil that investigation needed, showing gray morality. The criminal allies demonstrate how L recruited based on usefulness rather than morality, making Weddy and Aber into tools whose skills mattered more than ethics, making criminals into demonstration that catching light required breaking rules, making allies into evidence that investigation was morally compromised, making professionals into characters whose presence acknowledged that pure methods couldn't succeed, making criminal skills into necessity that justified collaboration, making Weddy and Aber into pragmatic choices where results mattered more than propriety, making allies into demonstration that opposing evil sometimes requires using evil's methods, making criminals into ironic heroes whose villainy served justice, making professionals into evidence that moral purity is luxury, that desperate situations cannot afford making allies into compromise, that catching Kira required making criminals into proof that winning requires using all available resources, making Weddy and Aber into demonstration that investigation was willing to bend rules, showing L's ruthlessness. Fact 71. Watari's death alongside L creates double tragedy, where assistant and detective die together, demonstrating that supporting characters suffer consequences, showing that light kills without discrimination, proving that no one associated with investigation is safe, making death into evidence of light's ruthlessness, showing that even those who never directly threatened him are eliminated when convenient. The death demonstrates how Watari was L's foundation, where losing assistant meant losing support system, making death into strategic blow that removed infrastructure, making Watari into casualty, whose death hurt L beyond just losing. The person making death into demonstration that light understands attacking support structures, making Watari into victim, whose role made him target, making death into tragedy, where old man's loyalty cost life, making death into proof that working with L was death sentence, making Watari into character, whose dedication to L was absolute, making death into sacrifice, where serving justice meant accepting danger, making Watari into heroic figure, whose quiet support enabled L's work, making death into loss that demonstrated how light destroys everyone near his enemies, making Watari into martyr, whose death showed costs of opposing Kira. Fact 72. The investigation techniques, including wiretapping, surveillance, and entrapment, demonstrate that catching criminals requires invasive methods, showing that privacy is sacrificed for security, proving that investigation has costs, creating ethical questions about whether methods are justified, making techniques into necessary evils that catching Kira required, showing how security and freedom conflict. The techniques demonstrate how investigation operated in gray areas where legal boundaries were pushed, making surveillance into violation that necessity justified, making techniques into demonstration that catching light required extraordinary measures, making investigation into morally questionable enterprise, where ends justified means making techniques into evidence that L was willing to violate rights, making surveillance into tool that privacy sacrificed, making techniques into demonstration that security requires surrendering freedom, making investigation into example of how fighting evil requires becoming partially evil, making techniques into necessary compromises that catching Kira demanded, making surveillance into choice, where investigators decided that Light's threat justified invasiveness, making techniques into proof that perfect justice is impossible because investigation taints itself through methods, making surveillance into demonstration that opposing Kira meant compromising principles, showing that no one in Death Note is pure. Fact 73. The psychological warfare between Light and L demonstrates that investigation is mental battle, where strategy matters more than force, showing that intellect is weapon, proving that manipulation determines outcomes, creating conflict where minds rather than bodies clash, making psychological warfare into chess, where moves are social interactions, demonstrating that Death Note is thriller about thinking. The warfare demonstrates how Light and L fought through manipulation, where trust was weapon-making psychological games into substance, where understanding opponent created advantages, making warfare into demonstration that Death Note values intelligence, making mental battle into core appeal, where watching geniuses maneuver is engaging, making psychological warfare into reason. Series transcends genre, becoming intellectual exercise, making warfare into demonstration that mystery and thriller can be cerebral, making mental battle into entertainment that doesn't require action, making psychological warfare into proof that tension comes from uncertainty rather than violence, making warfare into showcase for how smart characters fight through strategy, making psychological battle into heart of series, where physical confrontation is unnecessary because mental combat is sufficient, making warfare into elevation of detective genre, where thinking is action. Fact 74. The mind games, including fake alliances, false trust, and strategic revelations, demonstrate that deception is fundamental to investigation, showing that truth is tool rather than goal, proving that lying serves justice, when catching liar requires deception, creating situation, where investigators become like target making deception into necessary evil that catching Light demanded, showing that opposing deception requires counter-deception. The mind games demonstrate how Light and investigators both used manipulation, where honesty was luxury, that neither could afford making deception into language, where both sides communicated through lies, making games into demonstration that trust doesn't exist between opponents, making false alliances into tools where appearing to cooperate concealed competition, making mind games into proof that everything in Death Note is performance, where sincerity is weakness, making deception into survival, skill making games into demonstration that relationships were strategic, where friendship was tactic, making deception into norm, where truth was rare, making games into evidence that Death Note world is one where manipulation is universal, making deception into expected behavior, making games into illustration of how suspicion prevents genuine connection, making deception into tragedy where no one can trust anyone, making games into demonstration that investigation destroyed normal human relationships. Fact 75. Light's relationship with women, including Misa, Takada, and Kiyomi Takada, demonstrates how he views people as tools, showing that love is impossible for sociopath, proving that relationships are strategic rather than emotional, creating pattern where women are used then discarded, making relationships into weapons that Light wields, showing that emotional connection doesn't exist for him, making interactions transactional. The relationships demonstrate Light's sociopathy, where women are resources whose value is utility, making relationships into manipulation, where affection is performance, making women into victims whose love is exploited, making word relationships into demonstration that light cannot love because ego prevents seeing others as people, making women into tools whose purpose is advancing plans, making relationships into evidence that light is empty, where emotional capacity is absent, making interactions into cold calculations, where benefit determines behavior, making women into casualties, where involvement with light means being used, making relationships into pattern, where light discards people when usefulness expires, making interactions into demonstration that light sees others as means, not ends, making relationships into proof that light is monster, whose humanity is absent, making women into tragic figures whose love blinds them to being exploited, making relationships into critique of how sociopaths relate, where manipulation replaces genuine connection. Fact 76. Misa's unwavering devotion despite light's obvious manipulation demonstrates how abuse victims remain loyal, showing that love can blind people to mistreatment, proving that emotional attachment overrides rationality, creating tragic relationship where Misa's love is unrequited, making devotion into pathology, where self-destruction is accepted, making Misa into cautionary tale about toxic relationships, showing how power imbalances create exploitation. The devotion demonstrates Misa's tragedy, where loving light meant surrendering agency, making devotion into slavery, where Misa's will became light's, making relationship into demonstration of how charisma creates victims, making Misa into character who sacrificed everything for someone who felt nothing, making devotion into evidence that love can be curse when directed toward wrong person, making Misa into tragic figure whose entire existence revolved around light, making devotion into demonstration that emotional dependency creates vulnerability that abusers exploit, making Misa into victim whose love was weapon used against her, making devotion into cautionary lesson about how losing self in another creates tragedy, making Misa into proof that love without reciprocation is suffering, making devotion into waste where potential was destroyed through fixation, making Misa into one of death. Notes saddest characters, whose story is about how love can destroy. Fact 77. Takada's murder by light demonstrates ultimate betrayal, where even those who served faithfully are eliminated when convenient, showing that loyalty means nothing to light, proving that usefulness determines value, creating cruel a demonstration where dedication isn't rewarded, making murder into proof that light has no moral limits, showing that anyone can be sacrificed, making Takada into victim whose mistake was trusting light completely. The murder demonstrates light's sociopathy, where killing Takada was done without hesitation, making murder into calculation, where Takada's death prevented capture, making killing into evidence that light preserves self above all, making Takada into disposable asset, whose elimination was practical, making murder into betrayal, where trust was rewarded with death, making killing into demonstration that serving light guarantees being discarded, eventually making Takada into proof that light's followers are doomed, making murder into pattern, where light eliminates everyone who becomes liability, making killing into cold decision, where emotion doesn't factor, making Takada into tragic figure whose devotion led to death, making murder into evidence that light cannot be loyal because self-interest is absolute, making killing into demonstration that light's relationships are temporary alliances that end when utility expires, making murder into ultimate proof of light's monstrosity. Fact 78. The theme of playing God pervades series, where light's assumption of divine authority demonstrates hubris, showing that humans cannot judge all creating philosophical question about whether anyone deserves power over life and death, proving that power corrupts absolutely, making playing God into central theme, where light's transformation illustrates how mortality cannot bear godlike power, showing that humans lack wisdom for divine authority. The theme demonstrates how Death Note examines power's nature, where light's corruption proves that humans cannot be trusted with ultimate power, making playing God into error, where assuming divine role guarantees corruption, making theme into warning about how power exceeds human capacity, making light into example of how godlike power destroys wielder, making playing God into critique, where divine authority requires divine wisdom that humans lack, making theme into philosophical examination, where series asks whether any human should decide who lives, making light into proof that answer is no, because corruption is inevitable, making playing God into demonstration that power must be limited because unlimited power makes monsters, making theme into core message, where Death Note argues that some powers should not exist because humans cannot wield them responsibly, making playing God into tragedy, where Light's attempt to transcend humanity destroyed his humanity, making theme into lesson about accepting limitations. Fact 79. The justice versus law distinction that series explores demonstrates how legal and moral aren't identical, showing that lawful doesn't equal right, proving that justice is subjective, creating philosophical complexity, where Light's crusade has merit even while being wrong, making distinction into gray area where easy answers don't exist, showing that morality is complicated, making series into examination of how justice systems fail. The distinction demonstrates how Death Note questions authority, where legal system that Light opposes is flawed, making Light's critique valid even while methods are horrific, making distinction into demonstration that justice is contested concept, making series into argument that law is imperfect, human construction, making distinction into evidence that Death Note respects complexity, where neither Light nor L is purely right, making distinction into core conflict, where both sides have philosophical validity, making series into rejection of simple morality, where good and evil blur, making distinction into reason. Death Note transcends typical thriller, becoming philosophical examination, making distinction into strength, where refusing easy answers makes series profound, making justice versus law into debate that series doesn't resolve, leaving audience to decide, making distinction into final proof that Death Note values questions over answers, making series into invitation for reflection rather than providing conclusion. Fact 80. The surveillance state that emerges from Kira's reign demonstrates how fear enables authoritarianism, showing that security justifies control, proving that freedom is sacrificed for safety, creating world where Kira's presence makes people accept totalitarianism, making surveillance state into consequence, where Light's vision creates dystopia, showing that utopia and dystopia differ only in perspective, making state into demonstration of how terror works, making Kira's world into nightmare despite crime reduction. The surveillance state demonstrates how control is justified through results, where decreased crime makes people accept oversight, making state into demonstration that security and freedom conflict making Kira's world into authoritarian regime that functions through fear, making surveillance into tool that compliance enforces, making state into vision of future, where Big Brother watches through accepting Kira, making surveillance into mechanism, where behavior is controlled through fear of judgment, making state into dystopia that some characters see as utopia, making differing perspectives into illustration of how authority is perceived differently, making surveillance state into critique, where Death Note examines costs of security, making state into warning about how easily freedom is surrendered when scared, making surveillance into demonstration that safety purchased through terror isn't true peace, making Kira's world into acceptity, nightmare that some mistake for paradise, showing that perspective determines interpretation. Fact 81. Nears. Autism-coded behavior, including playing with toys, avoiding eye contact, and difficulty with social cues, creates representation where neurodivergence is depicted without being plot point, showing that different thinking styles have value, proving that genius manifests diversely, creating character whose unconventional mind solves problems, showing that neurodivergent people can be heroes, making near into rare positive representation where difference is strength. The representation demonstrates how Near's thinking style enables detective work, where different perspective provides advantages, making neurodivergence into asset rather than disability, making Near into character whose behavior isn't pathologized but is accepted, making representation into positive portrayal, where autism-coded traits aren't obstacles but are characteristics that make Near effective, making character into demonstration that diversity of thought matters, making Near into hero whose neurodivergence contributes to success, making representation into progressive choice for 2000s manga, where disability was rarely portrayed positively, making Near into character whose difference is respected, making representation into evidence that Death Note values unconventional thinking, making Near into proof that genius comes in various forms, making neurodivergence into trait that makes Near unique rather than broken, making representation into thoughtful inclusion, where character's difference is neither ignored nor made into entire identity. Fact 82. Mellow's scar, serving as physical manifestation of his rivalry with Near, demonstrates how competition wounds, showing that trying to surpass others damages self, proving that jealousy is self-destructive, creating visual metaphor, where scar represents Mellow's inability to accept second place, making injury into symbol, where physical damage reflects emotional damage, showing that rivalry hurt Mellow more than Near, making scar into permanent reminder of inadequacy. The scar demonstrates how Mellow's obsession with being first created recklessness, where desperation to beat Near led to injury, making scar into price of pride, making injury into consequence, where competing rather than cooperating caused harm, making scar into visual representation of how rivalry is destructive, making injury into lesson that Mellow never fully learned, making scar into symbol of wasted potential, where energy spent competing could have been spent solving, making injury into evidence that personal issues undermined professional effectiveness, making scar into mark, showing that Mellow's flaws were visible, making injury into reminder that trying to be better than others through proving superiority damages self, making scar into demonstration that comparison is theft of joy, where measuring against Near prevented Mellow from appreciating own abilities, making injury into tragic symbol of how rivalry consumed Mello. Fact 83. The apple symbolism surrounding Ryuk demonstrates biblical references to forbidden fruit, showing that Death Note represents temptation, proving that knowledge of good and evil corrupts, creating parallel where light is Eve, who ate from tree, making apple into symbol of how curiosity leads to damnation, showing that some knowledge destroys, making Ryuk into serpent, who offered forbidden fruit, making apple into visual reminder of how innocence was lost. The symbolism demonstrates how Death Note uses Christian imagery, where apple is fall from grace, making Ryuk's addiction into representation of how temptation is perpetual, making apple into fruit that once tasted creates dependency, making symbolism into layer, where biblical parallels enrich meaning, making Ryuk into devil figure, who corrupted light, making apple into visual, shorthand for temptation, making symbolism into demonstration that Death Note is conscious of, religious imagery, making apple into recurring motif that reminds audience of story's moral dimension, making Ryuk eating apples into demonstration of how temptation is casual and constant, making symbolism into evidence that Oba and Obata carefully constructed, meaning making apple into fruit that represents how small choice leads to catastrophic consequences, making symbolism into beautiful touch that depths add, making apple into symbol that enriches narrative through connecting to larger cultural stories about temptation and fall. Fact 84. The rain imagery during emotional scenes demonstrates pathetic fallacy, where weather reflects mood, showing that environment mirrors internal states, proving that atmosphere is created through setting, creating visual language where rain means sadness, making weather into storytelling tool that emotion communicates, making rain into symbol where crying sky mirrors crying characters, showing that imagery reinforces feeling, making weather into artistic choice, that mood establishes. The imagery demonstrates how Death Note uses visual metaphor, where rain accompanies tragedy, making weather into punctuation, that emotional beats emphasizes making rain into demonstration, that manga and anime as visual mediums use imagery to communicate, making weather into language, where atmosphere is conveyed through setting, making rain into recurring symbol that appears during losses, making imagery into pattern that audience learns to read, making rain into signal that something tragic is happening, making weather into tool that mood controls, making rain into evidence that Death Note is carefully crafted, where visual choices reinforce narrative, making imagery into layer that close reading rewards, making rewards, making rewards, making rewards, rain into beautiful artistic choice, where weather isn't random but is meaningful, making pathetic fallacy into technique that emotional impact maximizes, making rain into symbol that demonstrates how Death Note operates on multiple fires, levels where visual language communicates alongside dialogue and plot. Fact 85. The classical music choices, including dramatic orchestral pieces, demonstrate how audio enhances tension, showing that sound design is crucial to atmosphere, proving that music shapes emotional response, creating auditory landscape where classical selections elevate series, making music into character that presence adds, making soundtrack into element that Death Note distinguishes, making audio into crucial component that scenes make memorable through musical accompaniment, that tone sets. The music demonstrates how Death Note uses classical selections that drama intensifies, making orchestral pieces into heightening tool that stakes communicate, making soundtrack into artistic choice that sophistication suggests making classical music into indication that series aspires to quality, making audio into element that sets tone, making music into demonstration that Death Note takes itself seriously, where light pop would undermine, while classical reinforces, making soundtrack into evidence that every element was considered, making music into layer that engagement deepens, making audio into proof that Death Note succeeded partly through sound design, making classical choices into smart decision, where music that fits thriller genre was selected, making soundtrack into memorable element, where music is associated with series, making audio into demonstration that multimedia storytelling requires attending to all senses, making music into crucial ingredient that made Death Note work, showing that great anime requires great audio. Fact 86. The color symbolism, where light is associated with white and L with black, creates visual irony, where names contradict moral positions, showing that light represents darkness, while L represents justice, proving that symbolism can subvert expectations, creating situation where visuals comment on characters, making colors into meaningful choices that contradiction emphasizes, making symbolism into clever inversion where expectations are challenged, showing that appearances deceive, making color into commentary, that first impressions are unreliable, making symbolism into layer that rewards attention. The color choice demonstrates how Obata subverted conventions, where protagonists' association with white suggests purity, while reality is opposite, making colors into ironic commentary, where names and appearance contradict truth-making, symbolism into evidence that Death Note plays with expectations, making colors into visual language that meaning conveys, making light and dark into inverted concepts where traditional associations don't apply, making symbolism into artistic choice that themes reinforces where nothing is as it seems, making colors into demonstration that Death Note operates through subversion, making visual symbolism into layer where paying attention reveals contradictions, making color choice into smart design that irony creates, making symbolism into proof that every choice was intentional, making colors into example of how visuals can communicate complex ideas, making symbolism into evidence that Death Note rewards close analysis where multiple layers exist, making color into language that speaks about character despite or contrary to words, making visual irony into technique that makes series richer. Fact 87. Takeshi Obata's art style, featuring detailed character designs and expressive faces, creates visual appeal that engages readers, showing that manga succeeds partly through artwork, proving that visual storytelling matters, creating distinctive aesthetic, where realism and manga style merge, making art into crucial element that characters brings to life, making Obata into essential partner whose contribution makes Death Note possible, showing that manga is collaborative, where writer and artist both matter. The art style demonstrates how Obata's skill elevates Oba's writing, where detailed drawings make characters real, making art into storytelling tool that words supplement rather than leading, making Obata's contribution into half of success, making detailed art into standard that Death Note set, making visual quality into reason. Series stands out, making art style into memorable aspect, where Obata's character designs are iconic, making detailed faces into emotional conveyors, where expressions communicate, making art into evidence that manga is visual medium, where quality artwork is essential, making Obata's style into distinctive look that Death Note defines, making art into demonstration that great story requires great visuals, making detailed drawings into reason. Death Note is engaging, making Obata's contribution into proof that manga is art form, where visual skill is fundamental, making art style into element that makes Death Note distinctive, making detailed realistic approach into choice that grounds supernatural story-making art into essential ingredient that made Death Note work. Fact 88. The strategic eating of potato chips scene, where Light executes elaborate plan while appearing to study, demonstrates how mundane actions conceal complex schemes, showing that performance is constant, proving that everything Light does is calculated, creating iconic moment where eating chips becomes theatrical, making scene into meme that represents series, showing that small moments become memorable when execution is perfect, making potato chip scene into cultural touchstone, that Death Note references making eating into performance art, where Light's dramatic narration makes mundane action important, showing that Light treats everything as stage-making scene into evidence that Light is always performing, making chip eating into demonstration that life finds drama in everything, making moment into memorable scene that demonstrates Death Note's awareness of how ridiculous Light's theatricality sometimes becomes, making chip scene into self-aware moment where series acknowledges melodrama, making eating into iconic scene that meme culture embraced, making moment into proof that Death Note has cultural impact beyond narrative, making potato chip scene into MPA, demonstration that sometimes small moments resonate most, making eating into theatrical performance that Light's character through showing need for drama even when unnecessary, making chip scene into beloved moment that fans remember, showing that memorable doesn't require huge stakes only. Perfect execution. Fact 89. The warehouse confrontation staging, where distance is maintained between Nears and Light's groups, demonstrates how physical space reflects relationships, showing that proximity represents trust, proving that positioning communicates dynamics, creating visual representation where geography mirrors alliances, making space into language that relationships expresses, making distance into meaningful choice that trust's absence indicates, showing that everything in final confrontation is calculated. The staging demonstrates how spatial choices reinforce narrative, where group separation shows that no trust exists, making distance into visual statement that communicates without words, making positioning into evidence that Death Note uses space meaningfully, making geography into storytelling tool where locations matter, making warehouse layout into deliberate choice, where positioning reflects story, making distance into demonstration that visual medium uses space to communicate, making separation into metaphor for how no connection exists, making staging into artistic choice where every element reinforces meaning, making warehouse scene into example of thoughtful direction, where camera angles and positioning tell story, making distance into significant detail, where nothing is accidental, making staging into proof that Death Note's final confrontation was carefully choreographed, making space into element that meaning conveys, making warehouse into perfect setting, where open space allows positioning that relationship reveals, making final scene into demonstration that great visual storytelling uses all available tools including space. Fact 90. The dramatic irony, where audience knows Light is Kira while characters investigate, creates tension, where viewers want light caught, yet fear exposure, showing that identification with protagonist complicates rooting interests, proving that moral simplicity is impossible, creating engagement where audience is divided, making dramatic irony into tool that investment creates, making knowledge into burden where watching investigation creates stress, making irony into technique that maintains interest through audience, knowing what characters don't, making tension into cognitive experience where knowing creates anxiety. The dramatic irony demonstrates how Death Note engages audience where knowing truth makes investigation compelling, making irony into reason viewers care despite knowing outcome, making knowledge into source of tension rather than tension, relief making irony into demonstration that suspense doesn't require mystery, making audience knowledge into tool that investment creates, making irony into technique where viewers want contradictory outcomes, making divided feelings, into evidence that Death Note creates complex response where simple rooting interest is impossible, making irony into proof that protagonist can be antagonist, making knowledge into burden that creates stress, making dramatic irony into example of how sophisticated storytelling manipulates audience-making technique into reason. Death Note works despite revealing truth early, making irony into demonstration that how matters more than what, making audience knowledge into advantage rather than disadvantage, making dramatic irony into essential ingredient that made Death Note compelling. Fact 91. The philosophical debate about determinism versus free will underlying series demonstrates how Death Note engages with questions about fate, showing that Notebook challenges notion of free will, proving that predestination becomes possible. When future is written, creating existential question about whether choice exists when death is predetermined, making Notebook into tool that erases agency, showing that victims have no choice, making Death Note into meditation on whether freedom is real. The philosophical question demonstrates how series operates on intellectual level, where Notebook challenges free will, making Death Note into thought experiment, where predetermined death means fate is real, making series into examination of Melter, whether choice matters when outcomes are determined, making Notebook into evidence that Death Note engages with philosophy, making existential questions into subtext that enriches narrative, making free will into contested concept, where Notebook proves predestination is possible, making death's certainty into demonstration that some things are fated, making philosophical debate into layer that makes Death Note deeper than typical thriller, making existential questions into evidence that series aspires to meaning, making free will into theme that series explores without resolving, making philosophical engagement into reason. Death Note transcends genre, becoming genuine literature that ideas explores, making existential questions into proof that series takes itself seriously, making philosophical debate into final evidence that Death Note is masterpiece that engages with fundamental questions about human existence and agency. Fact 92. The criticism that second half of series declines demonstrates how L's death affected quality, showing that Near and Mellow couldn't replace L, proving that changing protagonists mid-series risks engagement, creating ongoing debate about whether post-L episodes maintain quality, making criticism into valid concern that fans debate, showing that not everyone agrees. Series remained excellent throughout making decline claim into contested opinion that quality discussions generates, making second half into controversial segment where opinions divide, creating ongoing conversation about series consistency. The criticism demonstrates how Death Note's legacy includes debate, where some fans believe L's death was creative mistake, making criticism into evidence. That changing direction can alienate audience, making second half into experiment that some think failed, making Near and Mellow into characters who didn't satisfy everyone, making criticism into demonstration that taking risks doesn't always work, making debate into ongoing discussion that proves Death Note remains relevant, making quality decline into contested claim, where analysis continues, making criticism into evidence that series isn't universally praised, making second half into proof that ambitious choices can backfire, making debate into interesting conversation about whether L was essential, making criticism into legitimate perspective that some fans hold, making decline claim into second ten, the reminder that masterpieces can be flawed, making debate into final proof that Death Note generates discussion, showing that series matters enough that quality is debated, meaning series achieved cultural significance that endures. Fact 93. The live-action adaptations, including Japanese films and American Netflix film, demonstrate Death Note's cultural reach, showing that story translates across media, proving that strong narrative can be adapted, creating varied interpretations where each version emphasizes different elements, making adaptations into evidence that Death Note is culturally significant, showing that valuable IP gets adapted, making films into testament to series' importance, creating mixed results where some adaptations succeed while others fail, demonstrating that adaptation is challenging. The adaptations demonstrate how Death Note transcended manga, becoming multimedia phenomenon where films brought story to broader audiences, making adaptations into evidence of commercial success, making varied quality into demonstration that good source material doesn't guarantee good adaptations, making films into experiments where different approaches were tried, making American version into controversial adaptation that changes frustrated fans, making Japanese films into more faithful versions that source material respected, making adaptations into proof that Death Note is important enough to adapt repeatedly, making films into evidence that story has universal appeal, that cultural translation allows, making adaptations into mixed bag, where results vary, making films into demonstration that Death Note's reach extends beyond anime, making adaptations into final proof that series achieved cultural impact that extends beyond original medium, making various versions into evidence that Death Note is franchise that continues evolving, showing that masterpiece lives beyond initial creation. Fact 94. The moral ambiguity that refuses to definitively declare whether Light or L is right demonstrates series sophistication, showing that easy answers are avoided, proving that gray morality is central, creating complexity where both sides have philosophical validity, making ambiguity into strength that prevents preachiness, showing that series respects audience intelligence, making gray morality into core feature, where neither protagonist is purely right, making ambiguity into reason. Death Note transcends typical thriller, becoming genuine moral inquiry, making refusal to judge into artistic choice. That discussion enables making gray morality into demonstration that Death Note values questions over answers, making ambiguity into proof that series is sophisticated, making moral complexity into reason. Death Note endures, where simple, good versus evil would be forgettable, making gray morality into final evidence that Death Note is masterpiece, that trusts audience to think critically rather than being told what to believe, making ambiguity into greatest strength, where refusing easy, moralizing makes series profound, making moral complexity into ultimate proof that Death Note is work of art that engages with fundamental questions about justice and authority, making gray morality into reason series, matters decades after publication, showing that ambiguity creates timeless work that remains relevant because questions it raises don't have simple answers, making Death Note into enduring masterpiece that philosophy explores through thriller framework, making moral ambiguity into element that makes series transcendent. And so concludes the second part of our Death Note journey, having explored Nier and Mello's contrasting methods, Mikami's fanatical devotion as Kira's hand, Misa's tragic devotion despite exploitation, Soichiro's death never knowing son is Kira, Light's psychological breakdown and death, Ryuk's inevitable betrayal writing Light's name, the philosophical themes about playing God and justice versus law, surveillance state emerging from fear, symbolic elements from apples to rain to colors, warehouse confrontation staging, Matsuda shooting light, and moral ambiguity, refusing simple answers about who was right. Rest now if sleep calls, or continue to final part where we'll discover Death Note's lasting legacy, cultural impact, and final reflections. Sleep gently, dear friends. Welcome back, dear friends, to the final part of our comprehensive exploration of Death Note. In this concluding section, we'll discover the series' lasting cultural impact and influence on subsequent works, explore the deeper philosophical implications about mortality and justice that continue resonating, examine how Death Note revolutionized the psychological thriller genre, investigate the real-world discussions about ethics that series inspired, uncover the creator insights about writing and artistic choices, delve into international reception across cultures, analyze why Death Note remains relevant years after publication, explore the spin-offs and extended universe, examine fan theories and interpretations, and conclude with final reflections on what this dark masterpiece teaches about power, justice, and the human condition. So settle back one final time, close your eyes whenever sleep beckons, and let us complete this gentle journey through Death Note's enduring legacy. Fact 95. The manga's serialization in Weekly Shonen Jump from 2003 to 2006 demonstrates how Death Note defied typical shonen conventions, showing that demographic doesn't determine content, proving that intelligent, psychological thriller can succeed in action-oriented magazine, creating precedent where Jump expanded beyond fighting manga, making Death Note into proof that audiences want variety, making serialization into evidence that quality transcends genre expectations, showing that taking creative risks pays off when execution is excellent. The serialization demonstrates how Death Note changed Jump's landscape, where series proved that psychological complexity could coexist with battle manga, making publication into validation that different story types belong in same magazine, making Death Note into trailblazer, whose success showed that shonen audiences appreciate intelligence, making serialization into evidence that demographic categories are too restrictive, making Death Note's inclusion into a statement that quality matters more than fitting formula, making Jump publication into demonstration that editorial willingness to take chances creates classics, making serialization success into proof that readers want diverse content, making Death Note into series that expanded what shonen could be, making publication into historical moment where conventions were challenged successfully. Fact 96. The anime adaptation by Madhouse Studio airing from 2006 to 2007 captured manga's essence while making necessary changes, demonstrating how faithful adaptation requires understanding source material's spirit, proving that best adaptations respect original while utilizing medium's strengths, creating anime that manga readers and anime-only viewers both appreciate, making adaptation into model for how to translate manga to animation, showing that Madhouse understood assignment, making anime into success that introduced series to broader audience, demonstrating that good adaptation expands reach. The adaptation demonstrates how Madhouse made smart choices, where pacing was adjusted for television, making anime into streamlined version that maintained essence, making adaptation into demonstration that changes don't equal betrayal when changes serve story, making anime into proof that understanding why elements work allows intelligent modification, making Madhouse into studio that respected source material while recognizing that different medium requires different approach, making adaptation into case study for successful manga to anime translation, making anime into beloved version that stands alongside manga, making adaptation into evidence that multiple valid interpretations exist when core is preserved, making anime into achievement that brought Death Note to millions who wouldn't read manga. Fact 97. The opening themes The World by Nightmare and What's Up People by Maximum the Hormone became iconic anime songs, demonstrating how music contributes to series' identity, showing that audio choices matter, proving that memorable opening creates brand recognition, making songs into inseparable from Death Note, creating association, where hearing songs evokes series, making music into crucial element that atmosphere establishes, showing that sound design is fundamental to anime success, making songs into cultural touchstones that remain popular years later, demonstrating enduring appeal. The opening themes demonstrate how music selection reinforces tone, where aggressive rock matches Death Note's intensity, making songs into perfect companions that series' dark energy captures, making music into element that anime distinguished, making openings into memorable sequences where animation and audio combine, creating iconic moments that fans remember, making songs into reason. Anime is memorable, making music choices into evidence that every element was considered, making openings into art where visual and audio storytelling merge, making songs into beloved pieces that stand alone while evoking series, making music into demonstration that anime succeeds through totality where all elements contribute, making opening themes into proof that Death Note's success came from excellence in every department, making songs into action, final evidence that careful curation of every aspect creates masterpiece. Fact 98. The commercial success, with over 30 million copies sold worldwide, demonstrates Death Note's popularity, showing that quality finds audience, proving that intelligent storytelling has market-creating bestseller that transcended niche, becoming mainstream phenomenon, making sales into validation that audiences want sophisticated content, showing that dumbing down isn't necessary for success, making commercial achievement into proof that respecting audience intelligence is rewarded, demonstrating that quality and popularity can coexist when creators don't condescend. The sales demonstrate how Death Note achieved mainstream success where millions read series, making commercial performance into evidence that series resonated broadly, making sales into validation that investment in quality pays off. financially making success into proof that audiences recognize excellence, making sales figures into demonstration that Death Note was cultural phenomenon, not niche interest, making commercial achievement into evidence that series transcended manga, reaching general audience, making sales into validation that risk-taking is worth it when execution is excellent, making success into proof that psychological thriller could compete commercially with action series, making sales into demonstration that Death Note changed industry by proving audiences want intelligent content, making commercial success into final validation that quality storytelling finds audience regardless of genre conventions, making bestseller status into evidence that Death Note is genuinely great, not just critically acclaimed, but popularly beloved. Fact 99. The influence on subsequent psychological thriller anime, including Code Geass, Monster, and Psychopaths, demonstrates how Death Note created template, showing that series established conventions, proving that influential works spawn imitators, creating legacy where Death Note's fingerprints are visible in works that followed, making influence into testament to importance, showing that great art inspires, showing that Death Note changed medium, creating expectations about what psychological thriller anime could be, demonstrating lasting impact that extends beyond own success into shaping genre. The influence demonstrates how Death Note established standards where intelligent protagonist, moral ambiguity, and psychological warfare became template, making series into progenitor whose children are many, making influence into proof of significance, where works that change what follows are important, making Death Note into cornerstone, that genre built upon, making influence into evidence that series was genuinely innovative, making works it inspired into tribute to Death Note's impact, making influence into demonstration that masterpieces create schools where imitators try to compare it, capture magic, making Death Note into work that defined subgenre, making influence into legacy, where series lives through works it inspired, making Death Note into foundation that psychological thriller anime built on, making influence into final proof that series mattered not just as individual work, but as force that changed landscape, making Death Note's influence into evidence that series achieved greatness that extends beyond itself into reshaping possibilities. Fact 100. The critical acclaim, receiving praise for psychological depth, moral complexity, and innovative narrative, demonstrates how Death Note was recognized as exceptional, showing that critics appreciated quality, proving that series transcended entertainment, becoming art that analysis rewards, creating work that academic discussion merits, showing that Death Note is legitimate literature that study deserves, making critical acclaim into validation that series achieved artistic merit beyond commercial success, demonstrating that quality was recognized by those who assess art professionally. The acclaim demonstrates how Death Note was taken seriously, where critics recognize that series engaged with philosophy, making acclaim into proof that manga can be art, making recognition into validation that sequential art is legitimate medium, making critical praise into evidence that Death Note achieved what it attempted, making acclaim into demonstration that intelligent storytelling is recognized, making praise into tribute to Oba and Obata's achievement, making critical recognition into proof that series transcended genre, becoming work that broader cultural conversation includes making a claim into evidence that Death Note is important culturally, not just as entertainment, making critical praise into validation that series deserves serious analysis, making a claim into final proof that Death Note achieved artistic excellence that professional critics recognized, making critical acclaim into testament that series is masterpiece that belongs in conversation about great art regardless of medium. Fact 101. The educational use in ethics classes discussing Death Note's moral dilemmas demonstrates how series provides framework for examining justice, showing that fiction can illuminate philosophy, proving that stories teach through engagement, creating pedagogical tool that moral questions makes accessible, showing that Death Note's thought experiments have educational value, making classroom use into validation that series engages with genuine philosophical questions, demonstrating that entertainment and education aren't exclusive when quality is high enough. The educational use demonstrates how Death Note facilitates moral discussion, where Light's choices become case studies, making series into teaching tool that ethics makes concrete, making classroom adoption into proof that series raises important questions, making educational value into recognition that Death Note operates on intellectual level, making pedagogical use into evidence that series is sophisticated enough for academic context, making classroom discussions into demonstration that Death Note provokes thought, making educational adoption into tribute to series' philosophical depth, making use in ethics classes into validation that series genuinely engages with moral philosophy, making educational value into proof that Death Note transcends entertainment, becoming text that serious study rewards, making classroom use into final evidence that series achieved philosophical sophistication that academic context merits, making educational adoption into testament that Death Note is work that helps people think about justice and morality, making teaching tool into legacy, where series continues educating new generations about ethical complexity. Fact 102. The debates about whether Light or L is right that continue among fans demonstrates how series avoids easy answers, showing that ambiguity provokes discussion, proving that refusing to moralize creates engagement where audiences must decide, making debates into evidence that series succeeded in creating genuine moral complexity, showing that fans are divided because neither side is obviously correct, making ongoing arguments into proof that Death Note achieved gray morality, demonstrating that best art doesn't tell audiences what to think, but makes them think, creating discussions that continue years after series ended. The debates demonstrate how Death Note created genuine philosophical division where intelligent people disagree, making arguments into evidence that series achieved ambiguity, making debates into testament to moral complexity, making ongoing discussions into proof that series raises real questions, making arguments into demonstration that Death Note trusts audience, making debates into evidence that series doesn't preach, making ongoing disagreement into validation that ambiguity was achieved, making debates into final proof that Death Note created genuine ethical dilemma, that easy answers don't resolve, making fan arguments into tribute to series sophistication, making ongoing discussions into evidence that Death Note remains relevant because questions it raises don't have simple answers, making debates into demonstration that great art provokes thought rather than providing answers, making fan disagreements into ultimate validation that Death Note achieved what it attempted, creating moral complexity that resists simple resolution, making debates into legacy, where series continues making people think about justice. Fact 103. The spin-off manga, Death Note, Another Note, and Death Note, L, change the world, expand universe, demonstrating that series was rich enough for additional stories, showing that world building was strong, proving that secondary characters could carry narratives, creating extended universe, that main series foundation built upon making spin-offs into evidence that Death Note created compelling world, making additional stories into validation that series had depth to explore, showing that expanded universe satisfied fans wanting more, making spin-offs into demonstration that series was popular enough to sustain additional content, proving commercial viability. The spin-offs demonstrate how Death Note's universe could be explored further, where L's backstory and side stories added depth, making expansion into evidence that main series created foundation that additional building supported, making spin-offs into proof that Death Note was comprehensive, making additional stories into validation that fans wanted more, making expanded universe into demonstration that series created world, not just story making, spin-offs into success that showed Death Note had staying power, making additional content into evidence that series was important enough to warrant expansion, making spin-offs into proof that Death Note was franchise, not just series making, expanded universe into final validation, that series created rich world, that exploration rewarded, making spin-offs into testament that Death Note's foundation was strong enough to support additional stories, making expanded content into evidence that series achieved world building that made additional narratives possible. Fact 104. The live-action Japanese film series adapting story while making significant changes demonstrates how adaptation requires interpretation, showing that different medium necessitates different approach, proving that faithful adaptation means capturing spirit, not copying exactly, creating films that stand alone while honoring source, making Japanese films into successful adaptations that showed Death Note could work in live action, demonstrating that story transcended medium, proving universal appeal, making films into evidence that strong narrative translates across formats, showing that Death Note was adaptable. The films demonstrate how Japanese adaptations understood source material, where changes served cinematic storytelling, making films into proof that adaptation is interpretation, making Japanese version into success that respected source, while utilizing film's strengths, making live action into validation that Death Note worked dramatically, making films into evidence that story was strong enough to transcend manga, making Japanese adaptations into demonstration. That understanding core allows intelligent modification, making films into successful translations that showed Death Note's story was universal, making adaptations into proof that series could reach audiences who wouldn't engage, with manga making Japanese films into evidence that Death Note was important enough for major film production, making live action into final validation that series transcended original medium, becoming cultural property that multiple interpretations supported, making films into testament that Death Note was significant enough to adapt repeatedly. Fact 105. The American Netflix film's controversial changes, including race swapping, location change, and altered characterizations, demonstrates how cultural translation can fail, showing that adaptation requires understanding, proving that superficial changes don't guarantee successful localization, creating polarizing film that many fans rejected, making Netflix version into cautionary tale about adaptation, showing that respecting source material matters, demonstrating that changes without understanding produce unsuccessful adaptations, proving that cultural translation is complex, making Netflix film into negative example where changes felt arbitrary rather than purposeful. The Netflix film demonstrates how adaptation can go wrong where changes didn't serve story-making film into failure that showed importance of respecting source, making American version into controversial adaptation that changes frustrated many, making Netflix film into demonstration that cultural translation requires more than changing names and locations, making film into proof that understanding why elements work is crucial, making American adaptation into example of how not to adapt, making Netflix version into evidence that bad adaptations can damage property, making film into cautionary tale about what happens when changes don't understand source, making American version into controversial entry that many fans disowned, making Netflix adaptation into final proof that adaptation is art, that understanding requires making American film into demonstration that respecting source material isn't optional, making controversial adaptation into lesson about importance of faithful interpretation, when faithful means understanding spirit, not copying superficially. Fact 106. The video game adaptations, including DS games and mobile games expanding Death Note's reach, demonstrates how multimedia franchise was built, showing that series was valuable enough for games, proving that intellectual property had broad appeal, creating games that different gameplay styles explored, making video games into evidence that Death Note transcended manga, becoming franchise that multiple media exploited, showing that commercial potential justified various adaptations, making games into proof that series had staying power, demonstrating that Death Note was important enough for multimedia expansion. The games demonstrate how Death Note entered gaming space, where various genres were tried, making video games into experiments where different approaches tested Death Note's adaptability, making games into evidence that series was franchise rather than just manga, making multiple game releases into proof that commercial viability supported various projects, making video games into validation that Death Note had broad appeal, making games into demonstration that series could work in interactive medium, making various releases into evidence that Death Note was important enough for repeated game development, making video games into proof that multimedia expansion was possible, making games into final validation that Death Note was franchise that multiple media forms could profitably explore, making game adaptations into testament that series had commercial value that gaming industry recognized, making video games into evidence that Death Note's reach extended into interactive entertainment, making games into demonstration that series was significant enough for multimedia treatment. Fact 107. The merchandise, including figures, clothing, and collectibles, demonstrates commercial success, showing that Death Note had passionate fan base, proving that series inspired desire to own related items, creating merchandise empire that passionate fans supported, making collectibles into evidence that series resonated emotionally, showing that fans wanted physical connections to Death Note, making merchandise into proof of cultural impact, demonstrating that series achieved level of popularity where commercial exploitation was viable, making collectibles into validation that Death Note was phenomenon, not niche interest, showing that mainstream success translated into merchandise sales. The merchandise demonstrates how Death Note became commercial property, where various products were created, making collectibles into evidence of broad appeal, making merchandise into proof that series had fans willing to purchase related items, making commercial products into validation that Death Note achieved cultural saturation, making merchandise into demonstration that series was important enough for extensive product lines, making collectibles into evidence that passionate fan base existed, making merchandise into proof that Death Note transcended being just story, becoming brand that products exploited, making collectibles into final validation that commercial success supported merchandise empire, making products into testament that Death Note had cultural impact that consumerism expressed, making merchandise into evidence that series achieved level of success where physical products were profitable, making collectibles indication, demonstration that Death Note was franchise that passionate fans supported through purchasing, making merchandise into proof that series had mainstream appeal, that commercial exploitation sustained. Fact 108. The cosplay community embracing Death Note characters demonstrates cultural penetration, showing that series-inspired performative fandom, proving that characters were iconic enough for costume recreation, creating vibrant cosplay scene, where Death Note was popular choice-making cosplay into evidence that series resonated aesthetically, showing that character designs were distinctive enough for recognition, making costume recreation into proof that Death Note had passionate fans, demonstrating that series-inspired creative expression, making cosplay into validation that characters were beloved, making costume play into testament to Death Note's cultural impact. The cosplay demonstrates how fans engaged creatively, where embodying characters showed investment, making costume recreation into evidence of emotional connection, making cosplay into proof that Death Note inspired dedication, making character embodiment into validation that designs were iconic, making cosplay scene into demonstration that series had visual appeal, making costume recreation into evidence that fans wanted to physically embody characters, making cosplay into proof that Death Note achieved cultural status, where fan recreation was common, making costume play into validation that series had passionate community, making cosplay into final evidence that Death Note inspired creative fan engagement, making costume recreation into testament that characters were significant enough for embodiment, making cosplay into demonstration that series achieved cultural impact, where fan expression included physical recreation, making costume play into proof that Death Note was important enough for dedicated fandom, making cosplay into evidence that series inspired performative celebration, showing that Death Note achieved cultural status where cosplay was natural expression. Fact 109. The fan fiction community, producing thousands of stories, demonstrates how Death Note inspired creative response, showing that series provided rich world for exploration, proving that fans wanted to continue engaging beyond canon, creating extensive fan fiction corpus where Death Note was popular fandom, making fan works into evidence that series resonated enough for creative investment, showing that fans wanted more Death Note content, making fan fiction into proof that series inspired imagination, demonstrating that world was rich enough for fan exploration, making creative works into validation that Death Note had passionate fan base, making fan fiction into testament to series' cultural impact. The fan fiction demonstrates how fans engaged creatively, where writing stories showed investment, making fan works into evidence that series inspired imagination, making extensive corpus into proof that Death Note provided foundation for creativity, making fan fiction into validation that fans loved series enough to create, making fan works into demonstration that Death Note world was rich, making extensive writing into evidence that fans wanted to explore beyond canon, making fan fiction into proof that series achieved cultural impact, where creative response was natural, making fan works into validation that Death Note inspired dedicated fandom, making fan fiction into final evidence that series was important enough for extensive fan creation, making creative works into testament that fans were passionate enough to write, making fan fiction into emphasis. Demonstration that Death Note achieved status where fan engagement included creative production, making fan works into proof that series inspired imagination, making extensive corpus into evidence that Death Note was significant cultural property that creative response warranted. Fact 110. The academic papers analyzing Death Note's themes demonstrate scholarly interest, showing that series merited serious study, proving that manga can be legitimate object of analysis, creating academic discourse where Death Note is studied, showing that series transcended entertainment, becoming text that scholarly examination rewards, making academic attention into validation that series is culturally significant, demonstrating that scholars recognize Death Note as important work, making papers into proof that series achieved artistic merit that academic study justifies, making scholarly analysis into testament to Death Note's intellectual depth. The academic papers demonstrate how scholars took Death Note seriously, where various analytical frameworks were applied, making academic study into evidence that series is rich text, making scholarly attention into proof that manga is legitimate literature, making academic papers into validation that Death Note repays analysis, making scholarly discourse into demonstration that series operates on intellectual level, making academic study into evidence that Death Note is culturally important, making papers into proof that series achieved status, where scholarly examination is appropriate, making academic attention into validation that Death Note is sophisticated work, making scholarly analysis into final evidence that series transcended entertainment, becoming object of serious study, making academic papers into testament that any teen in attain. Scholars recognize Death Note's significance, making scholarly discourse into demonstration that series achieved artistic merit, that academic examination confirms, making papers into proof that Death Note is legitimate cultural text, making academic study into evidence that series deserves serious intellectual engagement, making scholarly attention into validation that Death Note is masterpiece that analysis rewards. Fact 111. The psychological accuracy in depicting manipulation tactics demonstrates how series understood human behavior, showing that Oba researched psychology, proving that character interactions felt real, creating believable manipulation where tactics used are actual psychological techniques, making series into demonstration of how manipulation works, showing that Death Note educated about psychological warfare, making accurate portrayal into evidence that series was carefully researched, demonstrating that Oba understood psychology, making realistic tactics into validation that series respected psychology, making accurate depiction into testament to Death Note's quality. The psychological accuracy demonstrates how manipulation was realistic, where Light's tactics are actual techniques, making portrayal into educational demonstration, showing how psychological warfare operates, making accurate depiction into proof that Oba understood psychology, making realistic tactics into validation that series wasn't just fantasy, making psychological accuracy into evidence that Death Note grounded supernatural premise in real psychology, making realistic manipulation into demonstration that series was sophisticated, making accurate tactics into proof that research informed writing, making psychological realism into validation that Death Note treated psychology seriously, making accurate portrayal into final evidence that series understood human behavior, making realistic tactics into testament that Oba researched, making psychological accuracy into demonstration that series was carefully crafted, making realistic manipulation into proof that Death Note educated about psychological techniques, making accurate depiction into evidence that series was intelligent about human psychology, making realistic portrayal into validation that Death Note was sophisticated work that psychology understood, making accurate tactics into testament to series quality, showing careful attention to psychological realism. Fact 112. The detective genre innovations where Death Note revealed killer immediately demonstrates how series subverted conventions, showing that mystery isn't about who done it, but how catch him, proving that inverting genre creates fresh approach, creating new template where audience knows truth, creating different kind of suspense, making innovation into evidence that Death Note was creative, showing that taking risks paid off, demonstrating that genre conventions can be challenged, making innovation into validation that originality matters, proving that fresh approach attracts audience, making genre subversion into testament to Death Note's creativity. The innovation demonstrates how Death Note created new kind of detective story where knowing killer creates different suspense, making genre subversion into proof that conventions aren't rules, making innovation into evidence that creativity makes series memorable, making fresh approach into validation that taking risks creates distinctiveness, making genre innovation into demonstration that Death Note was original, making subversion into proof that challenging conventions works when executed well, making detective genre innovation into validation that freshness matters, making subversion into evidence that Death Note understood genre well enough to innovate, making fresh approach into a proof testament to series creativity, making genre innovation into final proof that Death Note was original, making subversion into demonstration that knowing conventions allows intelligent violation, making innovation into evidence that Death Note changed detective genre, making fresh approach into validation that series was genuinely creative, making genre subversion into testament that Death Note was innovative, work that genre reinvented, making innovation into proof that series was important for how it changed detective storytelling, making subversion into evidence that Death Note's legacy includes genre innovation. Fact 113. The Write the Name premise's simplicity demonstrates how great concepts are often simple, showing that Death Note's core is elegant, proving that complexity built on simple foundation creates accessibility, making in simple premise into strength, where concept is immediately graspable, showing that Death Note was high concept, where elevator pitch captures essence, making simplicity into virtue, demonstrating that simple doesn't mean shallow when execution is complex, creating series where simple premise supported sophisticated execution, making core concept into elegant foundation, proving that best ideas are simple, making premise into accessible entry point. The simplicity demonstrates how Death Note's concept was genius, where notebook that kills is immediately understandable, making premise into hook that captured attention, making simple concept into evidence that strong ideas are elegant, making accessible premise into proof that Death Note knew how to engage audience, making simple foundation into validation, that complexity doesn't require complicated premise, making elegant concept into demonstration that Death Note was smartly constructed, making simple idea into proof that execution matters more than elaborate concepts, making accessible premise into validation that Death Note understood how to attract audience, making simple concept into evidence that series was well designed, making elegant premise into testament to strong conceptual foundation, making simplicity into final proof that Death Note's success started with brilliant, simple idea that execution made complex, making premise into demonstration that best concepts are elegant, making simple foundation into evidence that Death Note was smartly conceived, making accessible idea into validation that series knew how to engage, showing that simplicity is strength when execution adds complexity, making premise into proof that Death Note was brilliantly designed from concept forward. Fact 114. The examination of police procedure and investigation techniques demonstrates how series researched law enforcement, showing that detective work was realistic, proving that Death Note respected real investigative methods, creating believable procedures where task forces' work felt authentic, making realistic portrayal into evidence that series was carefully researched, showing that Oba understood investigation, demonstrating that Death Note treated police work seriously, making accurate procedures into validation that series respected reality, making realistic investigation into testament to Death Note's quality, showing attention to detail, creating authentic feel. The procedural accuracy demonstrates how Death Note made investigation believable, where techniques used are real methods, making portrayal into educational about police work, making accurate procedures into proof that series researched law enforcement, making realistic investigation into validation that Death Note wasn't just fantasy, making procedural accuracy into evidence that series grounded story in reality, making authentic techniques into demonstration that research informed writing, making accurate procedures into proof that Death Note was sophisticated, making realistic investigation into validation that series treated police work seriously, making procedural accuracy into evidence that attention to detail made series believable, making authentic methods into testament to Death Note's quality, making accurate procedures into final proof that series researched, creating realistic portrayal, making investigation feel authentic, showing that Death Note respected real police work, making procedural accuracy into demonstration that series was carefully crafted, making realistic techniques into evidence that Death Note was intelligent about investigation, making accurate portrayal into validation that series understood law enforcement, making realistic procedures into testament that Death Note was sophisticated work, that authenticity valued, making accurate investigation into proof that research made series believable. Fact 115. The theme of isolation that power creates demonstrates how Light's journey is increasingly lonely, showing that godhood means losing human connection, proving that power alienates, creating arc where light becomes progressively isolated, making theme into tragedy, where success means losing everything that matters, showing that victory is hollow when achieved alone, making isolation into price, where power purchases loneliness, demonstrating that light's greatest loss is found, human connection, making theme into meditation on cost of ambition, proving that what we sacrifice for success matters more than success itself, creating philosophical examination where power's price is explored. The isolation theme demonstrates how light's relationships decay, where using people prevents genuine connection, making loneliness into inevitable consequence of seeing others as tools, making isolation into tragedy, where lights are choices destroyed, capacity for love, making theme into demonstration that power corrupts through making connection impossible, making loneliness into price that godhood demands, making isolation into evidence that light lost his humanity through losing ability to connect, making theme into proof that series explored power's costs, making loneliness into demonstration that success without connection is failure, making isolation into tragic element, where light's victory was loss, making theme into final evidence that Death Note understood that power alienates, showing that light's journey toward godhood was journey toward loneliness, making isolation into price that ambition demanded, making theme into meditation on whether success that costs connection is worth it, making loneliness into demonstration that light lost everything while gaining everything, making isolation into tragic outcome, showing that godhood means being alone. Fact 116. The intergenerational conflict, where young light challenges old guard, demonstrates generational tension, showing that series explored age dynamics, proving that established authority and youth innovation conflict, creating theme where new versus old plays out, making generational conflict into metaphor, where light represents change while establishment represents tradition, showing that series examined how generations clash, demonstrating that authority resists youth-making, conflict into exploration of power, transition, proving that series was conscious of generational dynamics, creating theme where age and innovation oppose, making conflict into examination of how change happens. The generational conflict demonstrates how light challenged established order, where youth questioned authority, making conflict into metaphor for how societies evolve, making generational tension into theme, where old and new battle-making, conflict into demonstration. That series explored power dynamics, making generational clash into evidence that Death Note examined authority structures, making conflict into proof that series was conscious of social dynamics, making generational tension into validation that Death Note explored how power perpetuates, making conflict into demonstration that series understood social structures, making generational clash into evidence that Death Note was sophisticated about power dynamics, making conflict into final proof that series examined how authority resists change, making generational tension into theme, showing that Death Note explored how innovation challenges tradition, making conflict into demonstration that series was intelligent about social dynamics, making generational clash into evidence that Death Note understood power structures, making conflict into validation that series explored authority's resistance to change, making generational tension into testament that Death Note was sophisticated work examining social dynamics. Fact 117. The role of technology, including computers, surveillance, and digital communication, demonstrates how modern setting affected investigation, showing that technology is double-edged, proving that tools that help also hinder, creating environment where digital traces are trackable, making technology into character whose presence shapes story, showing that Death Note understood modern investigative reality, demonstrating that technology enables while exposing, making tools into weapons that both sides use, proving that series was conscious of how technology changes investigation, creating realistic portrayal where digital age affects detective work. The technology role demonstrates how modern tools changed investigation, where computers enable but create trails, making technology into double-edged sword that helps and hinders, making digital age into factor that shaped investigation, making technology into evidence that Death Note was conscious of modernity, making tools into elements that made series contemporary, making technology into proof that series understood how digital age changed detective work, making modern setting into validation that Death Note was relevant, making technology into demonstration that series was conscious of how tools shape investigation, making digital elements into evidence that Death Note was sophisticated about modernity, making technology into final proof that series understood contemporary investigation, making modern tools into demonstration that Death Note was current, making technology into validation that series was conscious of how digital age changes crime and investigation, making modern elements into testament that Death Note was contemporary work that technology's role understood, making digital tools into evidence that series was sophisticated about how modernity affects investigation, making technology into proof that Death Note was intelligent about contemporary law enforcement. Fact 118. The religious symbolism, including Christian imagery and God complex, demonstrates how series engaged with religious themes, showing that spiritual questions were explored, proving that Death Note examined divinity, creating layer where religious motifs enriched meaning, making symbolism into evidence that series operated on spiritual level, showing that Death Note questioned divine authority, demonstrating that religious themes were conscious, making symbolism into validation, that series was sophisticated, proving that spiritual dimensions were considered, creating religious subtext, where God and mortality were examined, making symbolism into testament to Death Note's depth. The religious symbolism demonstrates how Death Note engaged with spiritual themes, where God complex was literal, making religious imagery into conscious choice, that meaning adds, making symbolism into proof that series was sophisticated about religion, making spiritual themes into evidence that Death Note explored divinity, making religious motifs into validation that series operated on metaphysical level, making symbolism into demonstration that Death Note questioned divine authority, making religious themes into proof that series was intelligent about spirituality, making symbolism into evidence that Death Note engaged with religious questions, making spiritual dimensions into validation, that series was sophisticated, making religious imagery into testament to Death Note's philosophical depth, making symbolism into final proof that series consciously explored spiritual themes, making religious motifs into demonstration that Death Note engaged with questions about divinity, making symbolism into evidence that series was sophisticated about metaphysics, making religious themes into validation that Death Note operated on spiritual level, making symbolism into proof that series was intelligent about religious questions, making spiritual dimensions into testament that Death Note was philosophically sophisticated. Work. Fact 119. The perfect crime elements where light almost succeeds demonstrates how series explored criminal genius, showing that protagonist is genuinely brilliant, proving that light's schemes are sophisticated, creating thriller where intellectual challenge is real, making perfect crime into demonstration of light's intelligence, showing that victory was possible, validating that light was genuinely talented, demonstrating that series respected protagonists' abilities, making near success into proof that light was formidable, proving that investigation succeeded through brilliance, not luck, creating realistic battle where both sides were genuinely capable, making perfect crime into evidence that Death Note was sophisticated thriller. The perfect crime demonstrates how Light's schemes were brilliant, where success was nearly achieved, making near victory into proof of Light's genius, making sophisticated plans into evidence that protagonist was genuinely talented, making perfect crime into validation that Light was formidable, opponent making near success into demonstration that investigation succeeded through merit, making Light's schemes into proof that series respected, protagonist making sophisticated plans into evidence that Death Note was intelligent thriller, making perfect crime into validation that both sides were brilliant, making near success into testament to Light's capabilities, making sophisticated schemes into final proof that Death Note was sophisticated, where victory wasn't guaranteed, making perfect crime into demonstration that series was intelligent thriller, making Light's near success into evidence that protagonist was genuinely dangerous, making sophisticated plans into validation that Death Note respected antagonists, intelligence making perfect crime into proof that series was sophisticated, thriller, where both sides were brilliant, making near success into testament that Death Note was high-quality intellectual thriller, where outcome was present, genuinely uncertain. Fact 120. The social commentary about justice system failures demonstrates how series critiqued legal system, showing that Death Note examined how justice sometimes fails, proving that series had social consciousness, creating critique where legal systems flaws are acknowledged, making commentary into evidence that Death Note was politically conscious, showing that series questioned whether legal system serves justice, demonstrating that social critique was intentional, making Death Note commentary into validation that Death Note was sophisticated, proving that series examined institutions, creating social dimension where justice systems failures justify Kira, to some making commentary into testament to Death Note's intelligence. The social commentary demonstrates how Death Note questioned legal system where criminals escaping justice creates frustration, making critique into evidence that series understood social anger, making commentary into proof that Death Note was conscious of justice system failures, making social critique into validation. That series examined institutions, making commentary into demonstration that Death Note was politically aware, making social dimension into evidence that series questioned authority, making critique into proof that Death Note was sophisticated about social issues, making commentary into validation that series examined justice system's flaws, making social critique into testament to Death Note's intelligence, making commentary into final proof that series was socially conscious, making critique into demonstration that Death Note questioned whether legal system achieves justice, making social commentary into evidence that series was sophisticated about institutional failures, making critique into validation that Death Note examined how justice systems fail, making social dimension into proof that series was intelligent about political questions, making commentary into testament that Death Note was sophisticated work with social consciousness, making critique into clove demonstration that series examined institutional flaws intelligently. Fact 121. The examination of media's role in creating Kira legend demonstrates how series understood mass communication, showing that media amplifies movements, proving that publicity creates movements, creating examination where media's power is explored, making theme into evidence that Death Note understood, communications showing that series examined how media shapes reality, demonstrating that publicity was conscious theme, making media role into validation that Death Note was sophisticated, proving that series understood mass communication, creating examination where media's complicity is questioned, making theme into testament to Death Note's intelligence, showing awareness of media power. The media examination demonstrates how publicity created Kira, where broadcasting criminals' deaths amplified effect, making media into unwitting accomplice that Kira used, making role into evidence that Death Note understood mass communication, making media examination into proof that series was sophisticated about publicity, making theme into validation that Death Note questioned media's responsibility, making examination into demonstration that series understood how media shapes movements, making media role into evidence that Death Note was intelligent about communications, making theme into proof that series examined media's power, making examination into validation that Death Note was sophisticated about mass communication, making media role into testament to series' intelligence, making theme into final proof that Death Note understood publicity's power, making media examination into demonstration that series questioned media's responsibility, making role into evidence that Death Note was sophisticated about communications, making theme into validation that series examined how media creates movements, making media role into proof that Death Note was intelligent about mass communication, making examination into testament that series was sophisticated work, understanding media's power in creating phenomena. Fact 122. The exploration of mob justice and vigilantism demonstrates how series examined populism, showing that masses can be wrong, proving that popular opinion doesn't equal moral truth, creating examination where vigilante justice is questioned, making theme into evidence that Death Note was sophisticated about politics, showing that series examined how movements become dangerous, demonstrating that mob mentality was conscious theme, making exploration into validation that Death Note questioned populism, proving that series understood how crowds think, creating critical examination where Kira worship is examined, making theme into testament to Death Note's political sophistication. The vigilantism examination demonstrates how Kira represented mob justice, where punishing criminals appealed to popular anger, making vigilantism into evidence that Death Note understood populist appeal, making examination into proof that series questioned whether popular equals right, making theme into validation that Death Note was sophisticated about politics, making exploration into demonstration that series examined mob mentality, making vigilantism into evidence that Death Note questioned popular justice, making theme into proof. That series was intelligent about populism, making examination into validation. That Death Note was sophisticated about crowds, making vigilantism into testament to series political intelligence, making theme into final proof. That Death Note examined mob justice, critically making exploration into demonstration. That series questioned whether populism serves justice, making vigilantism into evidence. That Death Note was sophisticated about political movements, making theme into validation. That series examined how anger becomes movements, making exploration into proof. That Death Note was intelligent about mob mentality, making vigilantism into testament. That series was sophisticated work, examining populist justice critically. Fact 123. The question of whether peaceful world justifies murderous means demonstrates utilitarian ethics examination, showing that series explored consequentialism, proving that ends justify means is questioned, creating philosophical examination where utilitarian ethics are tested, making question into evidence. That Death Note was sophisticated about ethics, showing that series examined whether results matter more than methods, demonstrating that moral philosophy was conscious theme, making examination into validation. That Death Note questioned utilitarianism, proving that series was sophisticated about ethics, creating philosophical dimension where consequentialism is examined, making question into testament to Death Note's philosophical sophistication. The utilitarian question demonstrates how Death Note examined whether results justify methods where light's success in reducing crime creates ethical dilemma, making examination into evidence. That series was sophisticated about moral philosophy, making question into proof. That Death Note explored consequentialism, making theme into validation. That series was intelligent about ethics, making examination into demonstration. That Death Note questioned whether ends justify means making utilitarian question into evidence. That series was sophisticated about philosophy, making theme into proof. That Death Note examined ethical frameworks, making question into validation. That series was intelligent about moral philosophy, making examination into testament to Death Note's philosophical sophistication, making utilitarian question into final proof. That series explored whether results justify methods, making examination into demonstration. That Death Note questioned consequentialism, intelligently making theme into evidence. That series was sophisticated about ethics, making question into validation. That series examined utilitarian ethics, critically making examination into proof. That Death Note was philosophical work, exploring whether ends justify means making utilitarian question into testament. That series was sophisticated about moral philosophy. Fact 124. The butterfly effect theme, where small decisions have enormous consequences, demonstrates how series explored causality, showing that choices ripple, proving that actions have unforeseen consequences, creating examination where causality is explored, making theme into evidence. That Death Note was conscious of how decisions cascade, showing that series examined how choices propagate, demonstrating that causality was conscious theme, making exploration into validation. That Death Note was sophisticated, proving that series understood consequences, creating philosophical dimension where cause-effect is examined, making theme into testament to Death Note's sophistication, showing awareness of how actions ripple through systems, creating complex web where every choice matters. The butterfly effect demonstrates how initial choice to use Death Note created cascading consequences where small decisions became catastrophic, making theme into evidence that Death Note was sophisticated about causality, making examination into proof that series explored how choices ripple, making theme into validation that Death Note understood consequences, making exploration into Wong demonstration that series examined causality, making butterfly effect into evidence that Death Note was intelligent about consequences, making theme into proof that series understood how decisions cascade, making examination into validation that Death Note was sophisticated about causality, making butterfly effect into testament to series intelligence, making theme into final proof that Death Note examined how small choices create large consequences, making exploration into demonstration that series understood causality, making theme into evidence that Death Note was sophisticated about consequences, making examination into validation that series explored how actions ripple, making butterfly effect into proof that Death Note was intelligent about causality, making theme into testament that series was sophisticated work, examining how decisions cascade into unforeseen consequences, demonstrating philosophical awareness of OPH interconnection. Fact 125. The nature versus nurture question about whether light was born evil or corrupted demonstrates how series explored human nature, showing that origins of evil are questioned, proving that series examined whether monsters are made or born, creating philosophical examination where light's nature is debated, making question into evidence that Death Note was sophisticated about psychology, showing that series examined human nature, demonstrating that psychological questions were conscious theme, making exploration into validation that Death Note questioned origins of evil, proving that series was sophisticated, creating psychological dimension where nature-nurture is examined, making question into testament to Death Note's psychological sophistication. The nature-nurture question demonstrates how light's character raises debate about whether Death Note corrupted or revealed existing evil, making question into evidence that series was sophisticated about psychology, making examination into proof that Death Note explored human nature, making theme into validation that series was intelligent about psychology, making exploration into demonstration that Death Note questioned whether evil is inherent, making nature-nurture question into evidence that series was sophisticated about psychology, making theme into proof that Death Note examined origins of evil, making question into validation that series was intelligent about human nature, making exploration into testament to Death Note's psychological sophistication, making nature-nurture question into final proof that series examined whether monsters are born or made, making exploration into demonstration that series questioned human nature intelligently, making theme into evidence that Death Note was sophisticated about psychology, making question into validation that series explored whether corruption comes from within or without, making exploration into proof that Death Note was intelligent about psychology, making nature-nurture question into testament that series was sophisticated work, examining human nature and origins of evil psychologically. Fact 126. The inevitability of corruption theme demonstrates how series argues power corrupts absolutely, showing that anyone with Death Note would be corrupted, proving that light isn't unique, creating philosophical argument where power's corrosive nature is demonstrated, making theme into evidence that Death Note argued that power itself is problematic, showing that series examined how authority corrupts, demonstrating that power's nature was conscious theme, making exploration into validation that Death Note questioned whether anyone could wield Death Note responsibly, proving that series argued corruption is inevitable, creating philosophical position where power cannot be wielded without corruption, making theme into testament to Death Note's political philosophy. The corruption inevitability demonstrates how series argued that Death Note would corrupt anyone, making theme into evidence that series was sophisticated about power-making, argument into proof that Death Note believed power corrupts universally, making theme into validation that series was intelligent about authority, making exploration into demonstration that Death Note argued corruption is inevitable, making theme into evidence that series questioned whether unchecked power can be wielded morally, making argument into proof that Death Note believed corruption is universal, making theme into validation that series was sophisticated about power, making exploration into testament to Death Note's political philosophy, making corruption inevitability into final proof that series argued power corrupts absolutely, making theme into demonstration that Death Note believed no one could wield Death Note without corruption, making argument into evidence that series was sophisticated about authority, making theme into validation that series explored whether power can ever be wielded responsibly, making exploration into proof that Death Note argued corruption is inevitable when power is absolute, making theme into testament that series was sophisticated work, examining power's corrosive nature, philosophically arguing that absolute power corrupts absolutely, making corruption inevitability into central thesis. Fact 127. The examination of legacy and what we leave behind demonstrates how series explored mortality, showing that light's legacy is debated, proving that how we're remembered matters, creating examination where posthumous reputation is questioned, making theme into evidence that Death Note was conscious of legacy, showing that series examined how history remembers, demonstrating that legacy was conscious theme, making exploration into validation that Death Note questioned what remains, proving that series was sophisticated about mortality, creating philosophical dimension where meaning after death is examined, making theme into testament to Death Note's existential sophistication, showing awareness that legacy matters, creating meditation on what survives us. The legacy examination demonstrates how light's posthumous reputation is contested, where some see hero, others see villain, making theme into evidence that Death Note was sophisticated about legacy, making examination into proof that series explored how history judges, making theme into validation that Death Note was intelligent about reputation, making exploration into demonstration that series questioned what we leave behind, making legacy theme into evidence that Death Note was sophisticated about mortality, making examination into proof that series explored posthumous reputation, making theme into validation that Death Note was intelligent about legacy, making exploration into testament to series' existential sophistication, making legacy examination into final proof that Death Note explored what survives death, making theme into demonstration that series questioned how we're remembered, making examination into evidence that Death Note was sophisticated about legacy, making theme into validation that series explored posthumous reputation, making examination into proof that Death Note was intelligent about what remains after death, making legacy theme into testament that series was sophisticated work, examining what we leave behind and how history remembers, exploring mortality's meaning through legacy. Fact 128. The timeless quality that makes Death Note relevant years after publication demonstrates how series addressed universal themes, showing that philosophical questions don't age, proving that series transcends era, creating work that remains relevant, making timelessness into evidence that Death Note addressed fundamental questions, showing that series explored eternal themes, demonstrating that relevance persists, making timeless quality into validation that Death Note was sophisticated, proving that series achieved lasting significance, creating work that generations will engage with, making timelessness into testament to Death Note's quality, showing that masterpiece transcends time. The timelessness demonstrates how Death Note remains relevant, where themes about justice and power persist, making lasting relevance into evidence that series addressed universal questions, making timelessness into proof that Death Note transcended moment, making enduring relevance into validation that series explored fundamental themes, making timeless quality into demonstration that Death Note achieved lasting significance, making enduring relevance into evidence that series was sophisticated, making timelessness into proof that Death Note addressed eternal questions, making lasting relevance into validation that series was intelligent, making timeless quality into testament to Death Note's significance, making enduring relevance into final proof that series transcends era, making timelessness into demonstration that Death Note addressed universal themes, making lasting relevance into evidence that series was sophisticated about fundamental questions, making timeless quality into validation that Death Note achieved enduring significance, making enduring relevance into proof that series was masterpiece that transcends time, making timelessness into testament that Death Note addressed eternal themes, ensuring relevance persists across generations, showing sophisticated work exploring universal human questions about justice and power and morality that remain pertinent regardless of era. Fact 129. The rereadability where Death Note rewards multiple viewings demonstrates how series has depth, showing that layers exist, proving that careful reading reveals more, creating work that repays, revisiting, making rereadability into evidence that Death Note was carefully crafted, showing that series has complexity, demonstrating that depth exists, making rereadability into validation that Death Note was sophisticated, proving that series rewards analysis, creating work that study repays, making rereadability into testament to Death Note's quality, showing that multiple readings reveal more, creating demonstration that masterpiece has layers. The rereadability demonstrates how Death Note has depth, where second viewing reveals elements missed initially, making rereadability into evidence that series was carefully constructed, making depth into proof that Death Note rewards attention, making rereadability into validation that series was sophisticated, making depth into demonstration that Death Note has layers, making rereadability into evidence that series was intelligent, making depth into proof that Death Note rewards study, making rereadability into validation that series was carefully crafted, making depth into testament to Death Note's quality, making rereadability into final proof that series rewards multiple viewings, making depth into a demonstration that Death Note has complexity, making rereadability into evidence that series was sophisticated, making depth into validation that Death Note was carefully constructed, making rereadability into proof that series was intelligent, making depth into testament that Death Note was sophisticated work that multiple readings reward, revealing layers that initial reading missed, demonstrating careful construction where every element was considered, showing a masterpiece that study repays across multiple engagements with text revealing new insights. Fact 130. The character depth where even minor characters have motivations demonstrates how series developed cast, showing that everyone has reasons, proving that characters feel real, creating ensemble where minor characters matter, making depth into evidence that Death Note was carefully written, showing that series developed cast thoroughly, demonstrating that characterization was priority, making depth into validation, that Death Note was sophisticated, proving that series treated and characters as people creating work where cast feels real, making depth into testament to Death Note's quality, showing that characterization mattered, creating demonstration that even minor characters were developed. The character depth demonstrates how everyone has motivations where minor characters aren't cardboard, making depth into evidence that series was carefully written, making characterization into proof that Death Note developed cast, thoroughly making depth into validation that series was sophisticated, making characterization into demonstration that Death Note treated characters seriously, making depth into evidence that series was intelligent, making characterization into proof that Death Note developed cast, making depth into validation that series was carefully written, making characterization into testament to Death Note's quality, making depth into final proof that series developed everyone, making characterization into demonstration that Death Note treated minor characters seriously, making depth into evidence that series was sophisticated, making characterization into validation that Death Note developed cast thoroughly, making depth into proof that series was intelligent, making characterization into testament that Death Note was sophisticated work, where even minor characters have depth, showing careful attention to cast development, creating ensemble where everyone feels like person with motivations and agency, demonstrating sophisticated characterization. Fact 131. The panel composition in manga, demonstrating visual storytelling excellence, shows how Obata's art contributed to narrative, proving that manga is visual medium, creating layouts that guide reading, making composition into evidence that Death Note was carefully crafted, showing that visual choices enhanced story, demonstrating that Obata's contribution was crucial, making composition into validation that Death Note succeeded through visual storytelling, proving that art matters, creating work where visuals communicate, making composition into testament to Death Note's quality, showing that every panel was considered creating demonstration, that manga is art where composition matters. The composition demonstrates how Obata's layouts guided reading, where visual flow was considered, making panel arrangement into evidence that Death Note was carefully crafted, making composition into proof that visual storytelling mattered, making layouts into validation that series was sophisticated, making composition into demonstration that Obata's contribution was crucial, making layouts into evidence that Death Note succeeded through visual choices, making composition into proof that manga is visual medium, making layouts into validation that series was carefully constructed, making composition into testament to Death Note's quality, making panel arrangement into final proof that visual storytelling was excellent, making composition into testament demonstration that Obata's layouts enhanced narrative, making panel arrangement into evidence that Death Note was sophisticated, making composition into validation that visual choices mattered, making layouts into proof that series was carefully crafted, making composition into testament that Death Note was sophisticated work, where Obata's visual storytelling was excellent, showing careful attention to panel composition and layout, demonstrating manga as visual art, where every frame was considered for maximum narrative impact. Fact 132. The dialogue's natural quality, where conversations feel real, demonstrates how Oba wrote believable speech, showing that characters talk like people, proving that dialogue was carefully crafted, creating conversations that feel authentic, making natural quality into evidence that Death Note was well written, showing that series avoided stilted dialogue, demonstrating that Oba understood speech patterns, making natural dialogue into validation that Death Note was sophisticated, proving that conversations feel real, creating work where speech is believable, making natural quality into testament to Death Note's quality, showing that dialogue was carefully written. The natural dialogue demonstrates how conversations feel authentic, where characters talk believably, making natural quality into evidence that Death Note was well written, making dialogue into proof that Oba understood speech, making natural quality into validation that series was sophisticated, making dialogue into demonstration that conversations feel real, making natural quality into evidence that Death Note was intelligent, making dialogue into proof that Oba wrote well, making natural quality into validation that series was carefully written, making dialogue into testament to Death Note's quality, making natural speech into final proof that conversations feel authentic, making dialogue into demonstration that Death Note was well written, making natural quality into evidence that series was sophisticated, making dialogue into validation that Oba understood speech-making, natural quality into proof that series was carefully crafted, making dialogue into testament that Death Note was sophisticated work, where conversations feel real, showing Oba's skill at writing natural dialogue that avoids stilted speech, creating believable conversations where characters talk like actual people, demonstrating sophisticated writing. Fact 133. The pacing that maintains tension throughout demonstrates how series sustained engagement, showing that Death Note never dragged, proving that pacing was carefully managed, creating consistent tension that maintained interest, making pacing into evidence that Death Note was well constructed, showing that series understood rhythm, demonstrating that pacing was priority, making consistent tension into validation that Death Note was sophisticated, proving that series maintained engagement, creating work that sustained interest, making pacing into testament to Death Note's quality, showing that tension was consistent. The pacing demonstrates how Death Note maintained tension where series never felt slow, making consistent engagement into evidence that series was well constructed, making pacing into proof that Death Note understood rhythm, making sustained tension into validation that series was sophisticated, making pacing into demonstration that Death Note maintained interest, making consistent tension into evidence that series was intelligent, making pacing into proof that Death Note was well constructed, making sustained engagement into validation that series was carefully managed, making pacing into testament to Death Note's quality, making consistent tension into final proof that series maintained engagement, making pacing into demonstration that Death Note was well constructed, making sustained tension into evidence that series was sophisticated, making pacing into validation that Death Note understood rhythm, making consistent engagement into proof that series was carefully managed, making pacing into testament that Death Note was sophisticated work where tension was maintained throughout, showing careful attention to pacing and rhythm, creating consistent engagement that sustained interest, demonstrating sophisticated narrative construction where pacing maintained tension. Fact 134. The conclusion satisfaction, despite tragedy, demonstrates how series ended well, showing that Death Note stuck landing, proving that conclusion was earned, creating ending that felt right, making satisfying conclusion into evidence that Death Note was well planned, showing that series knew where it was going, demonstrating that ending was considered, making satisfying conclusion into validation that Death Note was sophisticated, proving that series ended appropriately, creating work where conclusion felt earned, making satisfying ending into testament to Death Note's quality, showing that conclusion was right. The satisfying conclusion demonstrates how Death Note ended well, where tragedy felt earned, making ending into evidence that series was well planned, making conclusion into proof that Death Note knew destination, making satisfying ending into validation that series was sophisticated, making conclusion into demonstration that Death Note ended appropriately, making satisfying ending into evidence that series was intelligent, making conclusion into proof that Death Note was well planned, making satisfying ending into validation that series ended well, making conclusion into testament to Death Note's quality, making earned tragedy into final proof that series ended satisfyingly, making conclusion into demonstration that Death Note was well planned, making satisfying ending into evidence that series was sophisticated, making conclusion into validation that Death Note ended appropriately, making satisfying ending into proof that series was well constructed, making conclusion into testament that Death Note was sophisticated work that ended satisfyingly, showing careful planning where conclusion felt earned, demonstrating sophisticated narrative construction where ending was appropriate and satisfying despite or because of tragic outcome. Fact 135. The emotional impact that persists after finishing demonstrates how series affects viewers, showing that Death Note leaves impression, proving that series resonates, creating lasting effect that finishing doesn't end, making emotional impact into evidence that Death Note was powerful, showing that series affects deeply, demonstrating that emotional resonance was achieved, making lasting impact into validation that Death Note was sophisticated, proving that series moves, audience creating work that stays with viewers, making emotional impact into testament to Death Note's power, showing that series resonates emotionally. The emotional impact demonstrates how Death Note affects viewers, where series lingers after finishing, making lasting impression into evidence that series was powerful, making emotional resonance into proof that Death Note moves audiences, making lasting impact into validation that series was sophisticated, making emotional effect into demonstration that Death Note resonates deeply, making lasting impression into evidence that series was powerful, making emotional impact into deepization, proof that Death Note affects viewers, making lasting resonance into validation that series was emotionally powerful, making emotional impact into testament to Death Note's power, making lasting impression into final proof that series affects deeply, making emotional resonance into demonstration that Death Note was powerful, making lasting impact into evidence that series was sophisticated, making emotional effect into validation that Death Note moves audiences, making lasting impression into proof that series was emotionally powerful, making emotional impact into testament that Death Note was sophisticated work that affects viewers deeply, showing powerful emotional resonance that persists after finishing, demonstrating sophisticated emotional storytelling where series leaves lasting impression that emotional impact creates, showing masterpiece that moves audiences profoundly. Fact 136. The moral complexity that resists simple answers demonstrates how series respects intelligence, showing that Death Note trusts audience, proving that ambiguity is maintained, creating work that refuses preaching, making moral complexity into evidence that Death Note was sophisticated, showing that series avoided moralizing, demonstrating that ambiguity was priority, making moral complexity into validation that Death Note was intelligent, proving that series respected audience, creating work that trusts viewers to think, making moral complexity into testament to Death Note's sophistication, showing that series avoids easy answers. The moral complexity demonstrates how Death Note maintains ambiguity, where simple judgments are impossible, making complexity into evidence that series was sophisticated, making ambiguity into proof that Death Note respects intelligence, making moral complexity into validation that series was intelligent, making ambiguity into demonstration that Death Note trusts audience, making moral complexity into evidence that series was sophisticated, making ambiguity into proof that Death Note avoids preaching, making moral complexity into validation that series respected intelligence, making ambiguity into testament to Death Note's sophistication, making moral complexity into final proof that series maintains ambiguity, making complexity into demonstration that Death Note was sophisticated, making ambiguity into evidence that series was intelligent, making moral complexity into validation that Death Note trusted audience, making ambiguity into proof that series avoided moralizing, making moral complexity into testament that Death Note was sophisticated work, maintaining moral ambiguity, showing respect for audience intelligence by refusing simple answers and trusting viewers to wrestle with complexity, demonstrating sophisticated moral storytelling where ambiguity is feature not bug, showing masterpiece that respects audience enough to avoid preaching, maintaining gray morality. Fact 137. The influence on viewers' thinking about justice demonstrates how series provokes reflection, showing that Death Note makes audiences think, proving that series inspires examination, creating work that stimulates thought-making. Influence on thinking into evidence that Death Note was intellectually engaging, showing that series provokes reflection, demonstrating that stimulating thought was achieved, making influence into validation that Death Note was sophisticated, proving that series makes audiences think, creating work that reflection inspires, making influence into testament to Death Note's intellectual value, showing that series provokes thought. The influence on thinking demonstrates how Death Note makes audiences reflect, where series inspires examination of justice, making intellectual engagement into evidence that series was sophisticated, making thought provocation into proof that Death Note stimulates reflection, making influence on thinking into validation that series was intelligent, making thought stimulation into demonstration that Death Note provokes examination, making influence on thinking into evidence that series was intellectually engaging, making thought provocation into proof that Death Note inspires reflection, making influence on thinking into validation that series was sophisticated, making thought stimulation into testament to Death Note's intellectual value, making influence on thinking into final proof that series provokes reflection, making thought stimulation into demonstration that Death Note was intellectually engaging, making influence on thinking into evidence that series was sophisticated, making thought provocation into validation that Death Note inspires examination, making influence on thinking into proof that series was intellectually valuable, making thought stimulation into provocation, testament that Death Note was sophisticated work provoking reflection about justice, showing intellectual engagement, where series makes audiences think deeply about moral questions, demonstrating sophisticated philosophical storytelling that stimulates thought. Fact 138. The universality of themes that transcend culture demonstrates how series resonates globally, showing that Death Note's questions are human, proving that series addresses universal concerns, creating work that cultures share, making universal themes into evidence that Death Note was sophisticated, showing that series addressed fundamental questions, demonstrating that universality was achieved, making global resonance into validation that Death Note was intelligent, proving that series transcends culture, creating work that humanity shares, making universal themes into testament to Death Note's significance, showing that series addresses human questions. The universal themes demonstrate how Death Note resonates across cultures where questions about justice are universal, making global appeal into evidence that series was sophisticated, making cultural transcendence into proof that Death Note addresses human concerns, making universal themes into validation that series was intelligent, making global resonance into demonstration that Death Note transcends culture, making universal themes into evidence that series was sophisticated, making cultural transcendence into proof that Death Note addresses fundamental questions, making universal themes into tend validation that series was intelligent, making global resonance into testament to Death Note's significance, making universal themes into final proof that series transcends culture, making global appeal into demonstration that Death Note was sophisticated, making universal themes into evidence that series was intelligent, making cultural transcendence into validation that Death Note addresses human questions, making universal themes into proof that series was significant, making global resonance into testament that Death Note was sophisticated work addressing universal themes, showing cultural transcendence, where series resonates globally because questions about justice and power are fundamentally human, demonstrating sophisticated universal storytelling. Fact 139. The achievement of making audiences sympathize with villain demonstrates storytelling mastery, showing that Death Note created complex protagonist, proving that making audience care about murderer is difficult, creating work that complicated sympathies, making achievement into evidence that Death Note was sophisticated, showing that series created complex response, demonstrating that sophisticated characterization was achieved, making villain sympathy into validation that Death Note was intelligent, proving that series was masterfully written, creating work that complicated feelings, making achievement into testament to Death Note's mastery, showing that creating complex response to villain is storytelling. Achievement. The sympathy achievement demonstrates how Death Note made audiences care about light, where protagonist sympathy, despite being murderer, shows mastery, making complex response into evidence that series was sophisticated, making villain sympathy into proof that Death Note created complicated feelings, making achievement into validation. That series was intelligent, making complex protagonist into demonstration. That Death Note was masterfully written, making villain sympathy into evidence. That series was sophisticated, making complex response into proof. That Death Note achieved difficult goal, making villain sympathy into validation. That series was intelligent, making complex protagonist into testament to Death Note's mastery, making sympathy achievement into final proof. That series created complicated response, making villain sympathy into demonstration. That Death Note was sophisticated, making complex feelings into evidence. That series was intelligent, making protagonist complexity into validation. That Death Note was masterfully written, making villain sympathy into proof. That series achieved difficult goal, making complex response into testament. That Death Note was sophisticated masterpiece, creating complex protagonist where audiences sympathize with villain, showing storytelling mastery in creating complicated emotional response, demonstrating sophisticated characterization where protagonist is sympathetic despite being murderer, showing masterpiece that achieved difficult feat. Fact 140. Death Note's ultimate legacy is provoking eternal question about whether ends justify, means demonstrating how series achieved timeless significance, showing that Death Note will remain relevant, proving that fundamental questions ensure lasting importance, creating work that generations will discuss, making legacy into evidence. That Death Note was masterpiece, showing that series achieved significance, demonstrating that lasting impact was earned, making eternal question into validation. That Death Note was sophisticated, proving that series addressed fundamental concerns, creating work that transcends era, making legacy into testament to Death Note's greatness, showing that series will endure, creating final proof that Death Note achieved masterpiece status, making eternal question into demonstration. That series was sophisticated, addressing fundamental questions about justice, power, and morality that remain relevant across time and culture, ensuring Death Note's place in cultural canon as work that provoked thought, challenged conventions, and created genuine philosophical inquiry through thriller framework, showing that entertainment and profundity can coexist when creators respect audience intelligence, making Death Note into exemplar of PTeen, sophisticated storytelling that asks difficult questions, refuses easy answers, maintains moral complexity, trusts audience to think critically, and ultimately achieves timeless significance through addressing eternal human concerns about justice, authority, and whether any individual should possess power to decide who lives and dies, making Death Note into work that will continue provoking discussion, inspiring thought, and challenging audiences to examine their assumptions about justice, demonstrating that greatest art asks questions rather than providing answers, making Death Note into masterpiece whose legacy is eternal. Question it poses, ensuring relevance, persists as long as humans debate justice, making series into timeless work that achieved cultural significance through philosophical sophistication, moral complexity, and willingness to trust audience, creating masterpiece that generations will engage with, proving that Death Note is truly great art that transcends medium and era, becoming permanent part of cultural conversation about justice, power, and human nature, making Death Note into achievement that stands as testament to what sequential storytelling can accomplish when creators combine intelligence, sophistication, and respect for audience, creating work that matters beyond entertainment, achieving genuine significance as philosophical text disguised as thriller, making Death Note into eternal masterpiece. And so, we conclude our comprehensive journey through 140 facts about Death Note, the series where high school student Light Yagami discovered Notebook That Kills, where Shinigami Ryuk's boredom catalyzed tragedy, where greatest detective L pursued mass murderer Kira, where cat and mouse game between geniuses captivated millions, where moral questions about justice and power pervaded creating philosophical depth, where psychological manipulation and strategic warfare defined relationships, where death was tool that power corrupted through showing how godlike authority destroys humanity, where supporting cast including Misa, Nier, Mello, task force members, and others enriched narrative through diverse perspectives, where animation and music elevated already excellent manga, where cultural impact extended across globe, inspiring discussions, debates, analyses, and academic study, where influence shaped psychological thriller genre, inspiring works that followed, where themes about mortality, justice, authority, and human nature resonated universally, ensuring timeless relevance, and where ultimately series asked eternal question about whether ends justify means creating masterpiece that refuses simple answers, trusting audience to wrestle with complexity, making Death Note into achievement that transcends entertainment, becoming genuine philosophical inquiry disguised as thriller, demonstrating that great art provokes thought rather than providing answers. The lasting significance of Death Note extends beyond commercial success or cultural phenomenon into being work that genuinely matters because series engaged with fundamental questions about justice and authority and powers, corrupting influence, creating philosophical text that happened to be thriller making. Death Note into work that education uses and academics study and audiences debate years after publication, showing that series achieved lasting cultural impact through addressing eternal human concerns about whether any individual should possess godlike authority and whether utopian ends justify dystopian means and whether legal systems failures justify extra-legal justice and whether power can ever be wielded without corruption, making Death Note into series that provoked genuine philosophical inquiry that continues today as new generations to discover series and engage with questions it raises, proving that masterpiece transcends era, remaining relevant because fundamental questions about human nature and justice don't have simple answers, making Death Note into timeless work that future generations will engage with as present generation has, making series into permanent part of cultural conversation about justice and power and morality. The genius of Death Note lies in moral ambiguity, where series refuses, declaring whether light or L is definitively right, making both sides philosophically valid, creating genuine complexity where audiences must decide for themselves whether Kira's justice is preferable to legal systems' failures, making ambiguity into series' greatest strength because refusing to moralize respects audience intelligence, trusting viewers to think critically rather than being told what to believe, making Death Note into sophisticated work that values questions over answers, creating series that discussion generates rather than resolving debates, making ambiguity into feature that ensures lasting relevance because Questions without simple answers remain eternally interesting, making Death Note into work that generations will debate as current generation debates, because fundamental questions about justice and authority and power are perennial human concerns that each generation must answer for themselves, making Death Note into timeless contribution to ongoing conversation about how societies should be organized and who should possess authority, and whether utopian visions justify authoritarian methods, making series into philosophical text that happens to be entertaining, making Death Note into exemplar of how art can be both popular and profound when creators don't condescend to audiences. Sleep now, dear friends. Having completed this exhaustive exploration of Death Note, where notebook that kills transformed ordinary student into mass murderer believing himself God, where Shinigami watched humanity's darkness manifest through light's corruption, where Detective L nearly caught Kira before falling to manipulation, where Nier and Mello inherited investigation continuing battle, where task force members risked lives pursuing justice, where Misa's devotion was exploited showing how love can blind, where Mikami's fanaticism demonstrated how ideology consumes, where families were destroyed as collateral damage, where friendships were impossible when everyone was suspect, where every relationship was strategic performance rather than genuine connection, where isolation was price that power demanded, where Light's journey toward godhood was journey toward loneliness, where humanity was sacrificed for vision of perfect world, where victory was hollow when achieved through becoming monster, where warehouse confrontation ended Light's reign, where Ryuk's inevitable betrayal fulfilled prophecy, where Light's death sprawled on stairs was visual metaphor for fall from grace, and where ultimate legacy is eternal. Question about whether ends justify means ensuring Death Note remains relevant. As long as humans debate justice, making series into timeless masterpiece that achieved cultural significance through philosophical sophistication. Thank you for joining this comprehensive journey through Death Note, from Ryuk's board drop, through Light's discovery, through investigation, through manipulation, through deaths, through confrontation, through ending, exploring every aspect of series that made it masterpiece, examining how Death Note revolutionized psychological thriller through inverting genre conventions, revealing killer immediately making suspense about how catch him rather than who done it, how series engaged with philosophy examining justice and power and corruption and mortality and human nature, how characters were complex, where even villain was sympathetic, creating protagonist audiences cared about despite being murderer, how relationships were tragic, where genuine connection was impossible when manipulation was constant, how themes resonated universally, transcending culture because questions about justice are fundamentally human, how influence shaped genre-inspiring works that followed, how cultural impact extended into education and academia and popular discourse, how moral ambiguity was maintained, refusing simple answers, trusting audience intelligence, and how ultimately Death Note achieved lasting significance through addressing eternal questions that remain relevant, making series into timeless work that generations will engage with, proving that Death Note is genuinely great art that transcends medium and era, becoming permanent part of cultural canon. Rest peacefully, knowing that Death Note taught us about power's corrupting influence, showing how godlike authority destroys humanity, that justice is subjective concept where different philosophies conflict without clear resolution. That means matter as much as ends, because becoming monster to fight, monster means monster wins, regardless of outcome. that isolation is price, that power demands when using people prevents genuine connection, that systems matter where individual heroes can't compensate for institutional failures, that legal systems' imperfections don't justify extra-legal justice because vigilantism creates new problems while solving none, that playing God is hubris, that humans lack wisdom for attempting, that mortality gives life meaning, making finite existence precious rather than curse, that legacy matters because how we're remembered reflects how we lived, that everyone has capacity for evil when circumstances and power align, making vigilance necessary, that trust is impossible when suspicion becomes universal, making societies sick, that ambiguity is honest when questions lack simple answers, making refusal to moralize into respect for complexity, and that ultimately greatest art asks questions rather than providing answers, making Death Note into masterpiece that provokes thought-inspiring audiences to examine assumptions about justice and authority, making series into achievement that matters beyond entertainment, becoming genuine contribution to philosophical discourse about fundamental human concerns. Sweet dreams of notebooks falling from sky, of apples eaten by bored death gods, of names written in permanent ink, of 40-second countdowns toward inevitable death, of clever schemes and counter-schemes, of surveillance and investigation, of manipulation and psychological warfare, of isolation that power creates, of relationships destroyed by suspicion, of families torn apart by secrets, of devotion exploited by sociopaths, of justice pursued at terrible cost, of victories that feel hollow, of deaths that matter, of legacies contested, of moral complexity that resists simple judgment, of philosophical questions that remain relevant, and of ultimate truth that power corrupts absolutely, making godhood aspiration that destroys humanity in pursuing. Good night to Light Yagami, who reached for godhood and fell. Good night to L, whose intuition was correct but proof was insufficient. Good night to Ryuk, who watched and judged nothing. Good night to Misa, whose love was unrequited. Good night to Nier, who won without satisfaction. Good night to Mello, who sacrificed for mission. Good night to Soichiro, who died never knowing truth. Good night to all who fell pursuing justice. Good night to eternal question about ends and means. The notebook is closed. The names are written. The judgment is yours. Sleep, knowing questions remain. Death Note's legacy is eternal debate. Good night forever.